At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Roger, Houston, we've got it from here, flying around up here 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. We got all kinds of science going on over here. I'm going to reach over here and turn a couple of these little fucking knobs and shit, and hope I don't get hung up in any of these cables. So how is everybody doing this evening? It's good to see you. Let's see who we all have here tonight with us. Oh my. I really need to fix my screen here so I can. All right, so participants. Right now, I've got Brian Staveley's here. Dreamy Lynn Escape the Chains, FE Nation. James in America. Kate Emma's here. Jehovah's Daughter Barbara. Zulu One is also here, and I'm sure there will be more that show up as we continue our little journey above the earth. Did you notice this outside view? Let me just again, how you know that I'm really up into the space station. That's how you know. Because it looks so fake, it has to be real. You know what I'm saying? So been pretty interesting day. Been on here talking to Twitter tards, Twitter twats. I like to spar with these idiots on the Twitter. These people just really melt down so quickly. They can't keep on a logical train of thought for 30 seconds, but it's still, nevertheless, it's if you can try to keep them on point, you can really see how dumb they are. I actually had a guy tell me that pressures wouldn't equalize at high altitudes. And I was like, oh, okay, well, you better call up Boeing and tell them there's no need for pressurized cabins in your aircraft anymore because this moron decided that gases don't equalize. Wow. Have you ever heard of weather? Do you know what that is? Do you know what weather is? Weather is when you have opposing pressure fronts that touch each other and try to equalize. That's right. That's why that happens. This is why tornadoes happen. It's a constant flux toward equilibrium of everything. Okay, of everything. People just don't understand. What Kate Emma says, it's what? 2:38 a.m. My God. My God. Well, all you have to do is if you take your fingers and move the hands back on the clock, it just changes the time. It's real easy. That's what I do. Why not? Oh, somebody's getting fussed at. Moon Shadow's being a pain in the ass, and Brandy does not want to put up with her little puppy antics tonight. So anyway, some of the things that we discussed, and of course, this is my big one. I like to keep it as to the basics. Everybody always wants to look up in the sky. And I'm like, okay, well, we can do that. But first thing, before we start making assumptions about what the things in the sky are, let's figure out where we're at. Now, we can tell by all indications that it's definitely not a ball. Okay. And the reason we know that is because there's no measurable convexity. And how do we know it's not a ball floating around in space with a little bubble of air around it? Well, because that's impossible and it's stupid. Okay. There is absolutely zero proof whatsoever that the theory of gravity can prevent the equalization of pressurized gases. None whatsoever. In fact, this is proven on a daily basis. Okay. Anytime you come home from work and you open a beer, what do you hear? Psh! What was that? It was a sudden and violent equalization of pressure differentials. That's exactly what we heard each and every time. So why didn't gravity keep the gas into the can? I wonder why that doesn't happen. Well, they try to tell you that it's because it's not big enough and we have to have mass attracting mass. But here's an interesting thing. If I take a balloon, as I increase its mass with helium, the larger, more massive that the balloon becomes, the more it wants to repel away from the mass of the Earth. Isn't that something strange? So what do we got going on there? Sounds like gravity's a bunch of fucking horse shit to me. And it should to you too, because it can't be selective. Okay. Millions of tons of water cannot float seamlessly in the air and be held fast to the ground at the same time. That's ridiculous. So what are we left with? We're left with the buoyancy and density factors. Now, we've shown this before on this channel, the experiment done with the helium balloon inside of an automobile. When the car accelerates, the balloon goes forward because the density in the rear of the car momentarily gets more dense than the air in the front of the car. And the tendency of the helium is to go toward the less dense material. Gravity didn't play a factor in that whatsoever. Not one little bit, unless you think gravity is pulling sideways. So that blows that shit out of the water. So anyway, let me go over here and see and check, see if we've got some of these freaking retards that are normally in this little thing anyway. Let's see who we got. Let me go over to my little notifications area. Let's see. So yeah, nothing. This is all they have. So I told the dude that was in this thing, I said, okay, so here's a problem. Oh, you know something I want to do too? I'm going to do this. Like so. All right. And I'm going to pin that. So if anybody has seen the character Illumitomi, I mean, I thought he had assumed room temperature, but apparently somebody said that he had not. And, so I'm just curious what the hell is going on with this guy. The last I'd heard from him is he threatened me and Brian Stavely that he was going to kill us if we didn't say the earth was a globe. So I don't know. So if anybody's heard anything from him, let him know. Tell him to come on up. We're was a little bit worried there for a bit. Not a whole lot, but no, not really worried at all. In fact, we were kind of actually overjoyed until the buzzkill of it not being true happened. So that was kind of shitty. Anyway, I was talking to this guy, and here's the thing: when I lived in California, I was in a very, very unique and fortuitous position as far as a lot of this kind of shit is concerned that we talk about with these pressure differentials. So we know that as we increase in altitude, that the pressure does decrease. Of course, any pressurized system like that, whether it be a gas cylinder, an oxygen tank, what have you, has a gradient within it. Less elements, of course, but there's nevertheless still a gradient. That gradient could not exist without the encapsulation of an enclosure, some kind of encapsulation, some sort of containment. Without the containment, the pressure cannot exist. So something that I noticed with my Jeep when I was in California, I lived right at the foothills right at the base of the Sierra Mountains, right damn near it, just 15-minute drive, and I was going up the mountain, right? And I also was able to decrease in sea level by going all the way to Badwater, which is in Death Valley. It's the lowest point below sea level in the United States, if not the world. I could be mistaken about that part, but it's really low. Now, the one thing I did notice is that not only did my fan, auxiliary fan, kick on at the high altitudes, I was able to get up to about 8,500 feet at any road that I tried to get up there. So the highest I was ever up was 8,500 feet. And the interesting thing that we noticed was that not only did the auxiliary fan kick on because of the thinner air, and the lower pressure causing the water to boil at a much lower temperature in the cooling system, but the tire pressure increased with altitude. Now, why is that? The pressure of the tires increased because of the tendency of the gas trapped inside wanting to equalize with the much lower pressure that it was in compared to the pressure that it was at when the tire was filled. Okay, so consequently, if I were to fill it up to its recommended capacity at the high altitude, by the time I got back down to the bottom of the mountain, my tires would be actually low. Okay, I've experienced this, of course, with temperature too. So one of the excuses this dolt came on says, well, tires get hot when you drive on them. Well, not when the car has been sitting still for several hours while you go hiking. Okay, so that doesn't account for it either. They're always looking for some kind of an excuse. And the bottom line is this: without proof of a gas pressure system existing within a vacuum, without containment, without that proof, your whole space fantasy flies out the window. There is no such thing. It is scientifically impossible for you to have a gas pressure system in a vacuum without containment. Okay, I don't care. And we just went with the mass attracting mass bullshit, and we did it with a gas, the mass of the gas. So stick it up your ass, right? Okay, so with the helium balloon again, we know that the bigger helium balloons that they launch to take up these satelloons are much, much bigger in order to lift a heavier payload. So as we increase the mass of the helium balloon, its ability to pull things away from the gravity or the mass of the Earth increases. Isn't that interesting? So what do we have going on there? What do we actually have going on there? Let's see if we've gotten any takers on this. Well, they'll never come on. So I'll show you who these retards are. So if you want to go over and fuck with them, that's all together your choice. Let's take a look at these morons. Let's get a control plus on here a little bit so we can really see them good. So here we've got Grizz. Now this guy right here, he has 2 brain cells left in his head, and both of them are fighting each other for dominance. T, really just a keyboard warrior, knows absolutely nothing whatsoever about history, about physics, about anything. We had somehow gotten off into the topic of World War II. And that came about because of someone else said something about Germany. And this German woman spoke up as if she knew everything about the events of World War II, which is probably a mistake when you go up talking to me, because I know the events of World War II inside and out. This is why the Black Tom, the Torpedo Alley is a big what the fuck for me. Okay. So they never, that's what we were talking about. Anyway, the thing was, I says, well, why are you bad mouthing the mustache guy? You know, I said, after all, he was just trying to make Germany great again. Right? Yo, what are you talking about? I says, well, he was doing the exact same thing that Donald Trump is doing right now. Strong tendency toward nationalism, tendency for us all as Americans to pull together, to be patriotic, to, to fight against the corruption and to fight against the vice and the filth that's coming in. It was the exact same fucking program. So what are you, what's the problem? They said, you're a Hitler supporter. I'm going to report you. And so I just laughed at him. I was like, oh, okay, well, you go ahead and do that. There's no terms of service violations for your supposition that I'm supporting some world leader. I merely made a comparison between our Lord and Savior, Jesus Trump, amen, and a woman. And of course, the mustache man of the 1930s and 40s, so they can't really get into it. Another thing too is because they're so focused on a dot. This is why you get comments like this. Why change the subject? Nobody changed the subject. Merely discussed an aspect of that subject itself. Let's see, what was that in response to? Okay, yeah, I said these right here, there is a gradient inside of these. And there is. And he said, due to gravity. This is Jizz. I'm going to start calling him Jizz because that's about what he is. All right. So I said, when the cylinder is breached, it gives not one fuck about gravity, proving that it is a much stronger force than quote unquote gravity. And he says, why change the subject? The whole subject was gas pressure systems with a differential. What in the fuck? You see, they can't even formulate any kind of an idea. This is how goddamn stupid people are. Here's this guy, this T guy. You claimed Poland was the aggressor for World War II, which is absolutely true and verifiable. There was massacres of ethnic Germans by Poles along the German-Polish border. Every appeal made by the German government was completely ignored. In fact, it was an enticement to get Germany to attack Poland because Churchill wanted war. Okay. And so it went unheeded. Every appeal to it went unheeded. And of course, what happened? Boom, Germany attacked Poland. Poland would have been probably better off to just say, hey, whoops, sorry, we're going to stop that. Yeah, we've already discussed that. You're late to the party, Captain Obvious. This is what you've got. Yes, and also, I'm going to show you something, little lady. I'm going to show you something about that. Hang on. Oh, I'm not in the right place. My bad. So let's see, due to gravity. Yeah, that was this dumb shit here. Okay, you see that end ball? Do you see these cylinders right here? Those are all pressurized. And guess what else, end ball? Guess what? There's also a gradient within them. Now, the gradient isn't as layered, so to speak, as our Atmos is because it's a specified amount of materials inside of the cylinder. However, we could achieve that same type of gradient if we were to include other gas mixtures within the cylinder. We notice, though, that when the cylinder is breached, the containment is breached, the gas pressure gradient, which couldn't exist without containment, does not give a shit, one, about gravity at all. Doesn't care. Never will care. Okay? I know you're waiting. You're waiting. What did you find? What did you find? What happened when you tried to figure out the square miles of Antarctica on Google Earth? Tell us your results. Or don't. Either way, don't care. So that's this is some of the dipshit stuff. You give it a gradient. Like you can just have that without any kind of containment. This is why that I'm a proponent of sterilization, you know. There he goes, Fuzzy. He doesn't have anything. Yeah, again, that's what they do. So anyways, if you ever like to spar, where's the pressure the highest? Well, in the bottom, you retard. Of course, in the bottom, you drooling retard. There. God damn. What in the hell? Did their parents have any children that actually fucking lived, man? That would be wonderful. Oh, well, I'm not paying attention to a whole lot of what you got to say. Either fucking re-say it or don't say anything at all, you know? Or just go fuck yourself, M-ball, whatever you got to do. What happened when you did the square mileage around Antarctica? And I'll know if you're lying. Okay? I'll already know if you're lying. So what was the results? What happened when you tried to do the square mileage around the Antarctic continent? And if you try to give me a Wikipedia number, I'll know you're bullshitting then too, because you didn't go along the exact coastline. Nobody does. But that's all you guys got are lies, excuses, and bullshit. Every last one of you. Nobody could be that fucking retarded as to show, I don't give a fuck what you compared. That wasn't the task. What happened when you tried to do square mileage around Antarctica on Google Earth, on the web-based Google Earth? What happened when you tried to find the square miles around the Antarctic fucking continent? That's what I ask you. Okay? Now you either did it or you didn't. And I'll know if you're lying. See, this is all they fucking have is goddamn lies and excuses and bullshit and deceptions. It's insane. It's either that they're willing fucking minions of evil, or they're just so want their stupid fucking fantasy bullshit to be true that they'll go to whatever lengths it takes to make people think it's true, which is stupid because you know that it's not. Nobody with two brain cells that actually function could believe that you can have balls of gas in a fucking vacuum. Now that's just retarded. That is beyond retarded. Okay? I just can't. I just can't. But see, that's just it. If you have to lie to make a fucking point, you don't have a point. You dig? If you have to deceive to make a point, then you didn't really have a point. So what's the purpose? What is the purpose? What gets in the way? Pride? There's an awful lot of us that sucked it up and said, oh my God, shit, I really got fooled. I really did think I was on this fucking space ball and water sticking to it and fucking gas balls on fire in a vacuum. What a joke, man. Once you look at it and see how stupid that is, and their whole thing was, well, no, it's too big. That's what she said. I don't want to hear your fucking it's too big bullshit, man. You know? Oh, that listen, that was another guy. We got to look at this guy. I got to go back and find that joker. Holy shit. This guy here, this guy that was on Flow State earlier. Oh my God. So everything is racist. Everything that he said was something is due to racism. And what I think it is, what it comes down to, and I do believe there's people like this, man. I think that he's actually angry, resentful at the fact that he's black. And that's why he's focused on it all the time. And I can't see somebody being that upset with who they are. I really can't. But there are those folks that do that shit. Oh, yeah, you saw him too, didn't you, Dreaming? God damn, that guy was so fucking stupid. And then when you're trying to have a discussion with him, he don't have a discussion. He starts talking over you and puts you backstage. Don't let you finish a point or nothing. And this is the mark of a moron. Okay, this is how morons operate. This is where they live at, man. They live in a place of total retardation, NPCville. If there's not something actively stimulating their mind right at any moment, and you hooked them up to an EEG, you would get just a flat fucking line. You really would. They're just programmed to say without thinking. Well, I mean, this guy, I showed last week, they had one of these Twitter twats going, oh, yeah, containment does not cause pressure. I'm like, you got to be fucking shitting me. You got to be shitting me. You got to be shitting me. So why did the pressure in the tire go up at 8,500 feet? So somebody just asked me that. They said, why did the pressure in the tire go up at 8,500 feet? Anybody want to give that a shot? Anybody want to hit that one? Anybody? Maybe for the same reason that it will contract if I submerge them underwater. Maybe it's due to an extreme enough pressure differential between the inside of the tire and the outside of the tire, causing the gas inside of the tire to want to equalize with the surrounding pressure. Maybe that's it. This is what I don't understand. Why some fucking dolt, and I do mean that, a fucking dolt would even bother to engage in a conversation where they have absolutely no clue of what the fuck they are talking about. I know more about their stupid fucking helio-nonsensical shit than they do. You ask one of these retards, how big is the sun? How far away is the sun? I love this one. I love it when they say, the eclipses prove the globe Earth. Do they now? Do they really? Well, let's run some ratios now. Let's run a few ratios and see if that actually has any merit behind it. So what I'm going to do, in order to figure that out, we know that the we know that the moon is 260,000. Wait, hold on a second. Let me see what I got. Okay, so we take the diameter of the shadow that the moon makes onto the earth, okay, and that's 70 miles. And what do they say the moon's let's see, what's the moon's size and distance is at a radius of 30. Okay, so how big is the moon in miles? 2160, I think it is. Yeah, it's 2,160 miles in diameter. So what we do is we take 70 over 2160. And then we know that the Earth, or what they tell us, is 7,918 miles in diameter. Okay, that's a 3959 radius. So we double it, gives us our 7,918 miles in diameter. That's the Earth. Okay, so we put that on the other side of our equation. Then what we do is we take 70, the size of the shadow of the moon, we multiply it by the diameter of the Earth. Okay, and then what we do is we then divide it by the 2160 of the moon. And that gives us 256.6 miles. So when there is a lunar eclipse, the Earth, according to these ratios, could not cover, the shadow of the Earth could not cover the moon. It would only leave a shadow 256 miles in diameter, which would give you a little black circle going across the face of the moon. So there's your ratios. Go ahead and feel free to run the math yourself. A 70-degree shadow cast by a 2,160 mile diameter object. And then you use the Earth's diameter of the 7,918. That'll give you the ratio. The math doesn't lie. Sun's in the same position. The only thing that switched up was the moon and the Earth in the position of the sun. That's all. So we should be within ratio, but we're not. So what does this mean? This means that the moon is either not as far away or as big as they tell us, or the Earth is much, much bigger than they tell us, or the eclipses aren't caused by a shadow of the Earth on the moon. I don't know, man. There's all the shit. You know, there's everything. There's everything right there. All you got to do is just run those numbers. So the eclipse does not prove a globe, does it? When we run the ratios, it tells us that either they're lying about the size and distance of the objects involved, or the Earth has nothing to do with an eclipse of the moon. Let's see, what's it say? A recent discovery based on observations by the ESA and NASA Solar and Heliospheric Observatory shows that the gaseous layer that wraps around Earth reaches up to 630 kilometers away. Sure it does. Sure it does. Absolutely. And you know that was in response to us figuring out that the moon is not as far away due to the clarity at which we can see it. Now they have to go, oh, well, yeah, it is actually within the atmosphere, and we made that up. So all this shit now about an ionosphere and all this other shit, that's all out the window now, right? Good God. They just make up whatever the fuck they want, don't they? Oh, man. That's just insane. It is just insane. I cannot, I just can't. Some of these people are just so fucking stupid. You know, half the time I don't even goddamn respond to them. I'm like, holy God, you know, you're already wasting everybody's oxygen. I ain't going to get you to waste anymore. So this is the thing. They're saying that this is an imaginary law, that you cannot have a gas pressure system within a vacuum without containment. So it's an imaginary law. So I've been saying to them 100 times now, all you have to do is show me a demonstrable and repeatable experiment proving that gravity alone can prevent equalization of pressurized gases. It's all you have to do. Right? If this can be violated, and the one I love is they show this hexafluoride, right? And it's, oh, look, there's a tinfoil boat floating in this hexafluoride. Yeah, What's that thing around the hexafluoride called? You know, that fish tank thing. What is that called? Oh, that's called a container, isn't it, you dolt? So once again, debunked easily. They're flim-flam, shown. The lady's not really sawn in half, okay? This is what people are not getting. So we're gonna say, hey, Fuzzy, we're on right now, Fuzzy. You faggot. Come on. Let's get you on here. Let's talk to you. Let's see what you got going on. Let's bring you up there, Fuzzy. Come on, Fuzz. I want her to be not there. There. We'll Control V. Here you go. Come on up, Buzz. Fucking homo. We're laughing at you right now. Okay? So what's that? That's on there. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to place it right here to you. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Come on up, coward. Come on up, coward. Peach Fuzz. He's more like fucking ass fuzz, if anything. Fuzzy. What a stupid name. T is a real dumb one, too. Air pressure is caused by the impacts of gas molecules with each other. That's right. That is absolutely right. And the more confined they are, the more pressure is exerted. God damned. No bouncing without containment. There we go. Poor T. You should come up too. You should come up too. You need to come up too, T. There we go. I know you can already guarantee none of these cowards will bother to come up. None of them. Because they're Twitter twats. They can't do anything. No, this is visual, you retard. This is visual, you moron. Look. There it is. They come up with every excuse why they can't come on. He says, let me show you. So I'm thoroughly uninterested in audio debates. I can read and write, and in my opinion, a tree of asynchronous text is much better than a strict sequence of terribly slow mumbling. Plus, I've already seen the quality of your arguments here, and well, LOL. You know what? You're a big pussy, Fuzzy. You're a big pussy. Because I can get out, and you can get out a hell of a lot more in a short period of time through verbal communication than you are going to ever get through typing. That's probably because you're a bot. I would probably bet you're a bot. But even still, your programmers must have been fucking retarded. I can tell you that. So anyway, that's the kind of dumb shit that I deal with on here. And they won't come. So let me see. Just for the Moron Hall of Fame, I just want you to know. Fuzzy, this guy here. Let me go over to here like this. This guy, Fuzzy, if you want to contact him, he's at Batty Bullgator. If you can see that there on Twitter. Curious about astronomy, computing, and other nerdy things. You know, dude, all you need is a bug collection. You'll get all the chicks. I guarantee it. So T here is Y guy 45. See, none of these pussies can even use their name. They're so ashamed of themselves. And I would be too. If I was that stupid, I would hide too. Holy shit. You know? But anyway, that one right there, holy God, I'm surprised. I bet you it took him till he was about 10 years old to learn how to wipe his own fucking ass. I guarantee you that. So Fuzzy, he's been quite vocal here. Yeah, chip bags expanding with changes in elevation due to less atmospheric pressure. Very good. Keith is popping in here every so often with some good shit. I've seen this actually happen in California when the delivery truck to our local like mini mart thing that we had, 395 was blocked at part of it, and they had to take one of the passes through the mountains, and about half of the chip bags burst, and the sodas were like just totally blowed out. It was crazy as shit. Okay, so now why is it at the bottom? Okay, density, stupid. I am not kind to these people at all. And where is the pressure the highest? I already answered that in the bottom, retard. All right, so where's this other one? This girl, she got really pissed off at me, and she was wanting to. And then we're gonna go over and look at this guy, this dude. He's a real good guy. I gotta hear you. Goddamn Fuzzy, why don't you just eat up my entire thread with everything? Let's see. I'm trying to find where there's that woman. Let's see. Oh yeah, John Michelson. He's about half retarded too. He's an amateur astronomer, radio DXer. I bet you he doesn't do any of that fucking shit. He's probably some fat slob with a stain on his shirt living in his mom's basement. That's what most of these guys are. Most of them. This one, he really seemed like one of them. This one right here, holy shit. This oomph retard at oomph. Right? What a stupid. Evolution is a fact. The theory explains the fact. That fact. Vaccines work. Chemtrails are not real. And the earth is neither young nor flat. So this guy right off the bat, he could have just saved all the space and said, I am a fucking moron. That's what he could do. But I'm trying to find that girl. She got really upset with me. Wanted to report me because I didn't go along with her narrative. I don't remember where she's at now. She's way down the list, I guess. She's retarded. I hope she blocked me. They always do. I asked her several hours later. I was like, so how'd your reporting go, Karen? She didn't know what the fuck to say. So anyway, let me see here. I remember I still have that. It was sent to me from Austin. All right, is this guy. Holy shit, he's still fucking live too.
Because they're fucking with the chemistry in their brains, okay?
So this guy's a real piece of
well, okay, but if that
Look
works,
at the name. Look at the name of this.
Physically strong.
What's the name of this thing? Advertisers get their white nationalist content. Fuck whites, not blacks. Now, he also said that people that were saying that not to get the shot and to, you know, he's really stupid. He said that's because they're racist and they want the black people to die and shit. And I was like, oh my God, you got to be shitting me, man. For real? So then he brings up a Google search on the information on the M95 mask, right? So the thing said it protects up to 95% of things 0.3 microns or bigger. And he said, see, it says that it will stop the virus. And I was like, wait a minute. What is the micron size of the V? What is it? How big is it? If it's below 0.3, then it's not protecting you at all, is it? And it is below 0.3, if it even exists, which it doesn't. Nevertheless, that's what we ended up with. I mean, this is the way that this guy operates. He's hilarious. He hardly lets anybody fucking talk.
They're drugs.
Well, you have to be cognizant of that fact and understand that you know, if you don't feel sick or you don't need it, then don't mess with it.
He's been on 10.
Yeah, no, that's a good analogy.
But you're gonna go out and take the booster shot.
Good analogy.
Yeah, his channel shut down
because they.
You don't be talking about that dumb shit down here. I'll tell you that right now. Tell you that right now. But let's go look at some of his shit real quick. Ghost of Kelly Ray Future. What's he got here recently? Let's look at his lives. Looks like that's mostly what he does. Yeah, this dude is a total racist. As Nazi nuts continue their slide, black idiots remain loyal. I mean, how does this guy even still have a channel? If I put up something like that said, you know, put up a video that says black people are evil and they want to rape our white women, they would fucking shut me down in a goddamn heartbeat. But this guy can come out and sit there and say, oh, white people is the devil. You's all Nazis and shit. You trying to get after the black man, blah, 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 blah. We was kings. And I was like, fuck you. You know, who are you even? Why does anybody even give a fuck about you? Oh my God. Okay, so here he says, look at this idiot. He says, it's amusing but not surprising that you completely clueless about the relation between gravity and buoyancy. Yeah, well, apparently Archimedes was too, because Archimedes' principle predates your stupid fucking Newtonian gravity by like 2,000 years. You know, so suck a dick. How about that? That's what we got there. So there's a retard. An extreme retard. An extreme retard. Yes, it's doing the exact same thing in the opposite direction. What part don't you understand about that? Pressure differential. If the pressure on the outside is greater than this, it's going to go. If this one's more than this, it's going to sink. It's no fucking rocket science, man. No pun intended. Because that shit's just out the window too. Here we are in the 21st century and we're still using 13th century Chinese fucking technology to try to go to space. Get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit. Total fucking bullshit. I don't know anybody who could actually buy into that crap. So let's see what's on everybody's mind here. Some guy in a shirt and tie could be anyone. What's he talking about? Yeah, that dude does need to be put back in a padded cell. He does. He really does. What a fool. And he's all in. He's all in. He says, oh, yeah, Fox News is fake, but this other news channel's not. I'm like, oh, okay. Wow, man. Yeah. Listen, it does destroy kids, man. The damage the cult do to the little ones, it's unforgivable. It really is. It really is, man. They get them confused right off the bat. Listen, this is why they focus on them kids, man. That average 8-year-old's going to be in society casting votes and shit and making decisions in just 10 years. So you got 10 years to mold them into a compliant little slave, man. Come on. It ain't nothing about, they don't learn shit. They come out, they don't know dick. They can't, half of them can't even read their own fucking diploma, for crying out loud. And then I get these idiots as a result of it. I talk to them on Twitter all the time. Containment won't cause pressure. Really? How about that? So your gravity is supposedly stronger than pressure? Really? So how come when I take a balloon and I hold it by the stem and it's not inflated, how come the gravity doesn't stretch the rubber down to the ground? But if I blow air into it, the fucking thing stretches a whole bunch, don't it? Huh. Wonder why. That's shit. Yeah, I couldn't listen to him anymore, man. Bearsworth, I just couldn't listen to him anymore. He doesn't talk to people, he talks at people. He doesn't actually have anything of substance to say whatsoever. Just a reiteration of the common NPC bullshit that you're going to get just about anywhere else. You know, that's it. You're showing up on here, Daniel. Oh, no, you're fine, man. No, yeah, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah, everybody's still seeing you. Yeah, my chat was messing up here too when I was watching Ironton Auditor. If any of y'all know Ironton Auditor, Beth Rist is at it again. In case you don't know who Beth Rist is, I'm Beth Rist. Today, August the 26th, it is 10:26 p.m. in Turnip. You don't need to be using that kind of language. He's just a boy. Mm-hmm. That's about pretty much what she's got going on. Not anything else. Her pathetic 26-page book with pictures didn't really cap the market like she anticipated. So she's looking for attention. That's the way I look at it. But it was nevertheless. I watched her video earlier, and I think she was drinking through the video because she started getting more mouthy and brave as she kept drinking from her sippy cup further along in the video. But this stupid bitch actually sat down and wrote out timestamps of an entire live stream for her talking points that were like nothing. It was like, what are you even going on about, man? So she acts like Ironton Auditor has some kind of a obligation or some shit like that. Like he's some kind of public servant that is supposed to be living up to her expectations or some shit. Like, I don't know, man. But that chick is crazy, man. And I hesitate to call her a chick. I prefer to say bull moose. Bull moose is a more appropriate word. Oh, yeah. She finally put her book out. You didn't know about that, Renee? Yeah, it's a pitiful. Go on Amazon. It's on there. And there's an excerpt of the fucking book on there. And it's just like something about talking about coming home and after a funeral and remembering some fucking shit about a tire swing or some other kind of thing. And nothing about the Ironton corruption at all that she promised everyone. So it was kind of funny. Beth Rist is a disgraced Ironton, Ohio police officer who was fired for falsifying a report and then busting herself by doing it. She didn't give a, it just worked. She got fired for being a shithead. Okay, that's basically it. Trying to show preferential treatment, that kind of thing, and then fucked herself by filing the report wrong. Anyway, she got voted in as a town council member, probably due to lack of poll participation or any opposing candidates. But in any case, she is like one of the dumbest people I've ever had the misfortune of ever having spoken to in my life. And she just has to be seen to be believed. I don't know. Ironton might still be out there doing his thing. Let's see. He might say, because he was going over her shit pretty hard. Let's see if Ironton. Oh, I can go into my history and get it. Let's do it that way. It's so much easier. Yeah, he's still on. All right. So those of you that have never seen Beth Rist, this is her. Get ready. It will make your eyes poop, but it's okay. We can endure this. This is her.
And at 1034, 5th and Washington, 1035, there was a golf cart in front of you. You remember that little golf cart in front of you?
Not right off. I do. I remember the golf cart. Oh, okay.
I think that face she made, I think she may have sat on her tit. I don't know.
Why was that you, Beth? Was that you?
10:35, Tara, Ed.
What about it?
Ed said he
Oh,
does.
what about it?
I know.
You know, let's hear it. I gotta hear this. What
Yeah,
about it?
yeah, she
Well,
chugging
take
on
a
that
drink,
thing,
man.
boy.
She's thirsty.
She got
Oh, her throat's dried out.
Yeah.
You
You know,
record up.
all that bellering.
Remember the golf cart in front of you?
Not really, but Ed does.
Okay,
What
well, she
about it?
doesn't say anything. That's
Ed's
it.
got
What about it? That was just funny. There's a golf cart in front of us.
Everybody that's on
pig,
the live seen the golf cart in front of her.
Right. Yeah. She
Right,
acts like
right.
everything. She acts like she's the only one with any knowledge.
Chick is
of it.
really
in.
something else.
Okay. Okay, then you start talking about the movie Deliverance. This was at 10:36. Okay.
Yeah, no,
You know
No.
what? You know what we didn't talk about was Beth Rist. Really, we didn't talk about that.
That's what she's angry about.
Is that what it
Maybe
is?
the next one, yeah.
She's clout chasing and just ain't got no views on her channel. Is that the problem?
I hope she gets a lot of views.
I hope she does too. I linked her
I-
video. I shared it,
yes.
both of them, so everybody can see
Yeah,
it.
so she'll get more views on it.
So
Yeah,
for
that's
anybody
awesome.
out there that doesn't know, if you go over to my community tab, both of Beth's videos are linked there. And I suggest you go watch them. And if you like them, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the
Yes.
thumbs up and leave her a comment and tell her that you saw her here and decided to subscribe to her channel because she's such a great,
Great person,
upstanding,
yes,
great,
yes.
upright and upstanding.
So anyway, the gist of that whole show is the fact that this beast claims to have information on an Ironton officer who had raped a 16-year-old girl and has already within 2 hours not disclosed any of that, but has critiqued Terry's videos. Very good, Beth. Very good. Gotta say, next time, try to keep from sitting on your own tit. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. So anyway, we'll see if our little, oh, this one, I just answered to this one too. I just answered this. I had one of my little Twitter twat friends. This is what they always do. And I just answer it. So he puts up his little meme. Flat earthers, gravity can explain why the red weight goes up. I said, because the orange weight is more dense than the red one. Stupid. What's the mystery? What's the fucking mystery, G? What's the mystery? Yeah. Where's there it is. You mean I'm supposed to use sign language or something? In response to what? No. No, asshole. You speak and show demonstrations on camera live. Did your parents have any children that actually lived? There. As I said, I'm not very nice to these fucking people because I've had it up to my goddamn earballs with them, man. You know what I mean? Why is Illumitami tagged? He is a total insane in the membrane. Got yes, Lop. That is absolutely right. And that's one of the reasons I want to have him here. It's one of the reasons I would like to exploit his meth headism, his paranoia, and his rage for entertainment value on my channel. That's what I am looking to do. So, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's did it go against you or anything like that? Got a warning for just commenting on a video? Because sometimes I can set this one up here that won't even show anybody cussing or anything like that. But I don't like to do that. I don't like to do that. I had Illumitami blocked on here before, after he had threatened me and a couple of other people that he was going to fucking kill us if we didn't admit that the earth was a globe. And I'm like, why would I admit something that's not true just because you have a threat against me of some kind? But this is where he's at. He's a sicko. And we're just kind of hoping maybe he'll show up. He might not. He might. He has a tendency to make his rounds. These retards seem to have this thing about a guy named Dyatlov. Dyatlov. They're all the time talking about this guy, something about he denied an explosion at Chernobyl or some other shit like that. I don't know. And in any case, I hope they know this is like the second. Oh, that's who that is. That's Ferret Boy. Oh, because I got him muted. I got Ferret Boy muted. Oh, so it's you, Ferret Boy. Oh, Fuzzy, I'm sorry, honey. I'm gonna have to fucking mute you too. How many side fucking accounts are you gonna have to put up? Okay, wait a second. He says somebody said for me to take a physics course. Cool. Come on up on my show right now and tell me how I am getting it wrong. Shouldn't take you long because I can't even spell. You are an expert. And we'll put the link down there for him. Control V. There you go. Hit that motherfucker. Come on up, bitch. He won't, though. He won't. He's a big old scaredy cat. Can't happen. He can't do it. He won't do it. He's a scared. He's a scared of me because he knows he's a retard. And if I make him look that stupid on Twitter, imagine what I'll do to him here. Holy shit. Because he has absolutely nothing. Nothing but crap. There's my bud Nubs. What's up, Nubs?
What's up? You calling bitches out?
I'm calling bitches out, man. I ain't got no scared. I ain't scared.
I ain't scared.
I ain't scared. So yeah, man. Oh my God, look at this. They sent I don't know if any of you have seen this yet, but this is stunning. Hold on, you guys, you're gonna love this. You guys are gonna love this. Let me remove that and pull this up. The Indian space thing, their little Atari graphics that they sent to the moon, has sent back a beautiful video of Earth from the moon. And if you say that this is fake, then it means you're a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, and you're probably communist.
Well, it's real CGI.
Look at that. Stunning. Absolutely fucking stunning.
Wow.
Holy cow.
They even put the moon music on it. So you know it's real because of the moon music and the space music.
Well, a lot of people don't realize it, but when we sent the Apollo mission up there, they went up there equipped with a sound system that they installed on the moon for moments like this.
I thought it was actually already on the moon from the Moon Woman, and she was just playing her sweet serenades, much like a siren.
That was 8-track. They've since upgraded. They have a CD stack and a crater now.
Well, it's always the same fucking song. So is it a CD stack of just like repeat?
Yeah. Well, no, they got some dramatical sounding music too.
Oh, okay.
They got some dramatical. Hey, hold this down for a second. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to show my pond. It's going to be lame. There's the pond I put in. It's going to be a little gnome garden. It's about 3 feet on that side and about 2.5 on this side. I got some guppies down in there and some duckweed. Then I've got the little pathway that I'm putting in. Little flower bed here. And then it's going to have, I don't know if you can see anything. It's going to have a little crick.
Don Pettit forgot to flush the space toilet. Fucking nasty bastard.
I thought the space toilet had a vacuum on it.
Yeah, it does, but he's been abusing the vacuum, if you know what I mean.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I heard Don is a Pettit.
It gets lonely up here, you know, so sometimes he's got to, you know, get out that picture album of his mom and turn on the suction unit, you know.
We're speaking of space urinals.
Oh, this is interesting.
Hang on one second.
Look here. It said that what did it say? Hold on. The presidential palace in Sudan was blown to hell. What? Wow.
Now that looks entertaining.
Who did that? Presidential palace in Sudan.
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, it looks like
It was.
looks like somebody was right there to capture the initial explosion. So somebody knew it was happening quick enough.
Well, I do believe, wasn't Sudan one of the countries that illegalized sodomy?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Sudan was on that that daisy train.
And
A
what
lot
they
of
do-
African countries are all not about sodomy.
Yeah.
It makes me-
This is why all the latest moves by African countries to side up with Britain or with the BRICS nations, right? Like Russia and China, right?
Right.
Brazil. That's gold-backed currency. They see value, and that's really gonna screw up AFRICOM. You know?
Yep.
It's certainly going to discredit that one. I don't see our intervention or our involvement in Yemen lasting a whole lot longer, if that be the case.
I'll tell you, investing into currency is something that I'm looking at overseas. Not our own currency, because that's not worth anything and not backed by anything, because our people don't even have good faith. Nevertheless, other currencies that are backed by things like gold, it makes me say,
Yeah, I mean, come on. Here's one that here's your carbon dating. Did you catch that show we did with the carbon dating?
I don't know. But you know the whole war on carbon. I told you about that, right? You know, they've got a war on the carbon footprint.
Oh no, I'm talking about carbon dating. You know, like how
well,
they
it's
tell
the
how
same
old you
thing.
shit?
It's the same thing because we're made of carbon, so carbon dating would be like dating another person.
No, look, man. If carbon-14 exists in nature, if it actually existed in nature, then I mean, it's a big. You might as well toss chicken bones on the ground.
There's a lot of people that, even the geologists and stuff, that there's a lot that don't believe that stuff because there's too much inconsistency with it.
Well, the thing about it is if you look at most stones, I'm not talking about like, all right, here, I've got a great example.
Well, there's a 17, according to radiocarbon-14 dating, this Bible right here is 17.3 billion years old.
That makes sense.
See, it's just
that checks out. 100%.
Well, look, here's what they do. They say, we know the approximate range of date of things by the layer that we find them in. And then you say, well, how do you know the age of the layer? We know the age of the layer by the artifacts that are found there. And it's like, what the fuck?
Well, I was digging over in St. Paul in the mound area, like the paleo mounds. And I was about 2 feet, maybe 2.5 feet deep. And I had just got to the gravel layer right below the soil layer. And there's a clear, I mean, like you hit stone and it's nothing but little pebbles and, you know, etc. on down. And wouldn't you know, I found archaeological evidence of people dating back 2 million years, because I'm just saying, like a million, you know, I mean, that makes sense. Maybe 2.5 million years. It was pottery as well. And it was really interesting because the soil had not been disturbed. So it was the original soil, of course. And there was some pottery. I do believe it was Chinese pottery. So that means that the Chinese were here 2.5 million years ago. It was also some European style brick. And I say European because it's square, not because it's from European origins. But ultimately, if you really think about it, if you ever look at rock, there's definitely different types of rock. And in my opinion, different types of rock come from different types of things. Like you have like a sedimentary rock like this here. This would be sandstone, where it literally comes in layers. I mean, it breaks off in layers, etc. But then you have other stones. Let me see here.
You got Ignatius and all that.
Well, no, like this one here is a great example. It doesn't look like much on camera, but it's a soft stone. And honestly, it looks more like a fossil than a stone, but it looks more like a stone than a fossil, because we've been trained that fossils are bones and not soft tissue.
Right.
But if you look at it, you can clearly see that this, I mean, it's still wet. Yeah, the rock itself stays wet. You will always find a sheen on this rock.
I got this white rock that I found out in California.
Did you find it in Hunter's bag?
No. Check this out though. But it does act like how rock cocaine that's been cut with ether. How it acts, right? So you know, like when you cut that rock in half or that chunk in half, it's pink for a minute and then turns white. Okay, so this rock is perfectly white until you bring it into out of the daylight, right? And then it turns pink. And as soon as you expose it to daylight, it starts gradually turning white again, man.
Is it actually a change in the rock, or is it the change in? Okay.
Yeah, because
I know in some lights
it takes a few minutes. It takes a few minutes because it'll be sitting there white, and then you'll see it start shading over into a pink color.
Are you sure this wasn't in like Arizona in the Sands area?
No, this almost looks like a piece of quartz. It almost looks like a piece of marble or something, you know. But it's
That's
really
great.
It's some pretty crazy shit. I got that in my little rock collection over here. But something
Have
that's
you
been
ever-
getting on my nerves here about this fucking Maui fire, right?
You mean that we need to all wear blue?
Well, that's what I was getting at. Okay.
I'm definitely investing into more blue clothes, despite working in blood areas.
Listen, here's where I was first off when everybody started talking about directed energy weapons, which I haven't discounted any of that at all. When everybody started talking about directed energy weapons, right? And nobody countered it. There was no Facebook fact checks, nothing like that. It's just freely out there, like they want us talking about this shit, you see? And then the narrative pushed out there about the blue. Well, here's a question I have, and I think Karen B said something about it today on her show. You see that video of the blue t-shirts in the middle of all that ash and shit, right? Well, how did the blue be not affected by the fire itself inside the building? I can understand not catching fire from being outside like those umbrellas, but how in the hell does folded up blue shirts inside of a building that's incinerating escape being incinerated? Does blue make them temperature proof too?
If I may on this one,
that is the craziest part of this whole thing. But the thing is that came out later. So I started wondering about that myself, exactly what the hell is going on with that crap. Because those t-shirts, I was watching the guy that was going around videoing, he literally pulled them out of all the ash. But I question, even though the one was slightly burnt on that, I questioned if someone put it there.
Right. Well,
After the
that's what
fact.
I'm saying. How, because it's blue, I could see initially outside like the umbrellas or a blue roof or something like that, but things that were blue inside of buildings that burned, that doesn't make any sense to me. That's like, how did that escape? The fire was already going. The shit was already being burned. How did the surrounding fire not engulf the shit regardless of its color?
Exactly.
I don't think it's directed energy weapons. I personally, and I don't have anything to back this up. It's just literally my thoughts on it without, so basically bullshit. But nevertheless, if I could explain anything like that, I would say that it's by the way it vibrates. So blue vibrates at a different level or something, or the reflective properties. That'd be the only way that I could explain inside a building and not burned, that it was vibrating at a pattern that was not.
Then that would have to be the case in just about every other fire. Because once the flame is going, once you've got the shit is burning and it's on fire, the laser's not needed anymore. Okay. Or whatever's being used. Once you've already started it, you don't continue to put matches on a fire that's already lit. Right.
But we're thinking general traditional combustion.
Right.
What if they're not using traditional combustion to start the fire? We're thinking matches.
Heat transfer, though, man. Heat transfer. That's what I'm talking about.
But if it's right, and I totally agree with your heat transfer. I'm saying that there's shirts that are unburned, and the only way that I could perceive that would be that they vibrate at a different, and I don't even know where the vibration would come from.
Or
like I said,
or they were planted.
Or they were planted, right?
Which is probably more accurate. Now the ones outside, okay, the blue umbrellas and the blue roofs, those things there, and like blue plastic barrels and shit like that, that is very curious. But I think that the thing with the shirts and showing shit inside buildings that were blue, I think that that's put out there to discredit anybody talking about the shit. But there's a reason they want us talking about this, and that Facebook, the notorious fact check bullshit website, hasn't put up fact checks on any of this shit at all. In fact, the only one I saw was on Twitter, and it was a reader's notes. And I found that to be true, that Oprah Winfrey did not paint her fucking house blue. Okay. You can't even find that article. It's been going around. There's a meme with like a headline from a magazine or some shit talking about these elites and Oprah painting their roofs blue. Right. I think that's made up bullshit. I don't think that that's actually credible.
Of course, she didn't have that energy. There was no chance of her property catching on fire. It was not targeted.
Right.
That's
so therefore she would not have to paint anything blue. She would not have to be sad. She would not have to be even distraught. In fact, she has made quite a bit of impact in the Hawaii. In fact, it was on your show the other day. We were looking at how much land she has.
Yeah, man. She's got
at
a lot.
Rock bottom prices, bottom of the barrel, dropping out.
Listen, the real estate vultures have already swooped in, man. They're already trying to buy these people's fucking property, and it's already been zoned to the point where they can't rebuild.
Right. That zoning change happened like a month prior to this fire, where the disaster happened that the government could take over the land and reappropriate it to what they wanted to. And that was a month before the fire. So when you start going back into what's been going on, these executive orders and stuff, and how they came out prior to this, and then this happens, and then voila, everybody loses their everything, There was a couple of teenage boys that actually saved some elderly people from being burned up in the fire. But yeah, when it comes to all that blue crap, I ignore that, because to me that's not what's important here. It's what is important is where the fire was, the lies that have been told. They said that it was an electrical fire. That was what I first heard, that it was started by electrical, that the electric lines were down across the road. Clearly, when the roads were blocked, there's someone had videoed a police officer that was blocking the road, telling them they couldn't go through, and the electric lines are all up and above his head, and that was, prior to the fire reaching that area.
Not to mention, power was already been out for 24 hours.
Yes, people had said that the electricity had been turned off the day before, and like 4 o'clock in the morning.
They did not lie.
So
they didn't lie.
They blocked the roads, putting up the poles. They were trying. There is now a lawsuit. 80-mile-an-hour wind.
There is now a lawsuit against the electric company, and that's another distraction.
Yep.
But
they weren't lying though. If you think about it, if this was an energy weapon, they said it was started as an electric fire.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit.
No, listen. Think about it. If it was a direct energy,
I see where you're going.
Weapon,
right?
Okay, they are using power to start a fire. It is an electrical fire.
Gotcha.
Well, look at the shit that this electrical fire fucking melted. Check this shit out.
Hey guys, this episode is going to be about things that melted glass, melted metal, that show just how intense this fire was. And I have a lot of footage of this. Really, it shows better on the ground. Drone footage doesn't show this very well. But what I saw on the ground was a lot of inconsistency from one car, from one neighborhood to the next. It was definitely a very intense fire. I've seen a lot of people commenting that when tires catch fire, it melts the aluminum wheel. That's normal, but I'm not sure if I buy that, because the tire's gone in every case. But sometimes there's a lot of the wheel left, and sometimes there's no wheel at all, and it's just run into the gutter like water. So I don't really understand the inconsistencies here. I don't pretend to be a fire forensic investigator. So anybody who has an explanation for this, I would love to hear it. But what I saw was significant differences from one neighborhood to the next, from one car to the next. But in almost every case, some of the aluminum had melted. A lot of cases, the entire engine block had melted, and it was just sitting as a puddle under the car. The windshields had.
Did you hear that, M-Ball? Are you still listening about melted engine blocks that you were going on that didn't exist the other night? Remember when you were saying they melted engine blocks didn't exist, M-Ball? Again, another thing. How come every time you open your mouth, M-Ball, whatever comes out of it is just fucking wrong?
Melted. A lot of times the car
is that like M-Ball? Does the M stand for mom, like falling on mom?
Melted down into the street, into the gutter as well. So definitely a lot of intensity. This is in Front Street here that I'm showing.
Pause that on right there. Okay, look at the right up at the corner where the car tire would normally be over. Yep. And you can look at it with all of these. Notice how there's no soot from the rubber burning.
Yeah.
If I have ever done anything horrible, I caught a tire on fire once, and that was horrible.
Yeah,
that
you
thing
can't put it out.
Well,
and it's
drive down the freeway or any blacktop road, asphalt road, where a car has burned. There is a huge black area even beyond where the car was burning.
And there is over there. But here's the other thing that we're not talking about. They haven't even found the children.
Right.
There's missing children, and there's missing parents. Because I know if my child was missing.
Another thing is, where are the grieving parents?
Yep. I'm grieving for those children.
Where are the parents that are out there going, hey, our kids are missing. We need to know something here, man.
Everyone is asking that question. It seems
Not
like.
that's what I'm saying. Not the parents.
Well, those one parents, they wouldn't let them into town to get their kids. Their kids ended up, thank God they were teenagers and had their own transportation and stuff, and they were able to get out. But the people that did not follow and did not comply to the orders to stay in there and to go to Front Street and all that, they're the ones that actually did survive, the ones that went into the ocean and the ones that just flat ass ignored the orders to stay put or to stay there.
Right. So you've heard.
I mean, I'm not a compliant person, you know, when it comes to shit. I'm gonna take care of myself and my family first, and anybody that's close around.
Have you listened to that guy that's been being interviewed? That old man named Fish.
Yes.
Does he not sound? I mean, when I first heard him, I wasn't looking at the TV. When I first heard him, I was like, "Oh my God, they talking to Terry." I thought I could have swore he sounded just like Terry Nip, don't he? Talks just like Terry.
I hadn't noticed that, but yeah, come to think of it, yeah.
I told him that today too. I said, that Fish dude on the fucking Maui sounds exactly like you, bro.
I mean, him being there and the fact that they just let him walk out because he wasn't in a car. They did let him walk out for whatever reason. They didn't stop him, but he said he was so heartbroken, felt so guilty because he didn't know what had happened until the next day. He went home.
So no longer on the ball said the kidnapped kids that were sent home before the fire. You know, that exact same thing crossed my mind.
Yeah, I've been thinking that
you know, they sent those kids home from school. Parents are at work, you know, and then all of a sudden the fire happens and these kids are missing.
Well, where is that interview where they said that FEMA was caught by the FBI with a large mass grave? Where did that video go? Why did they take that one down and they've not taken down anything else? And yet people keep asking about the children. What the hell did they do?
Because that was a bomber that was over the target, babe.
I know, that's what I say.
Here's one for you.
Rhetorical question, not well, anyways, you know what I mean.
Listen, that's what I told Lucky Haskins. He's been being fucked with by this Baldy character, right? And I watched the dude for a couple minutes and I was like, I just wanted to punch him in the eye because I can't stand condescending Brits to begin with. But yeah, I told Lucky, I said, you drew his attention. You know what that means, right? That means you're right over the fucking target. Yeah. Let loose of that payload, bombs away, baby. That's when you get the most flack, is when you're right over the fucking target.
And there was also another fire there today.
Oh shit.
They were showing it live today.
Here's the rest.
But yeah, why would the place in Sudan be blown up? I mean, what?
I don't know. I'll see if I can
we really need to be careful. I'm telling my family and other people, if this can happen to somebody else, it can happen to you. It can happen to me. It can happen anywhere. I've been living it up here in Washington, around me, seeing all this stuff north of the border. I mean, it's getting effing crazy out there. I mean, just because it ain't happened to you yet doesn't mean it ain't coming.
It's not just now, though. Like,
I
grew up about 5 miles from the Pennsylvania crash site on 9/11. By the way, the crow flies. Mm-hmm. I know the only person that watched it go into the ground upside down and on fire. By his own account, we were drinking and he told me the real story. That's when I realized it could happen to you.
Right.
That was the day of my senior pictures. It was in my back fucking yard, damn near. Like my parents' house, they had a chandelier in one of the main like dining room areas, and it cracked that day. There was that much force when that plane was
Right.
shot down. And I say shot down specifically because I was there.
I'm going to go right here and say bullshit. I'll tell you why. There was no plane in Pennsylvania. There was no plane. That hole was already there. The coroner even said, I ceased to be a coroner after 30 minutes on the site and have still to this day to see a single body or even a drop of blood.
I'm not saying there was a plane, but I'm not saying there was people.
No, there was
something that came down. He was backfilling that hole.
They just
because that hole existed. Yes.
They threw rubble in the hole and lit a fire. That's all they did. There was no plane. There were no planes on 9/11. There
was something that I'll put it this way. I heard an explosion personally firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
Then I heard something go boom when it hit the ground. And I heard right before that, the planes that were in the air get the fuck out of Dodge real fucking quick. And I'm talking like fighter planes.
Yeah.
So whatever.
Are you thinking maybe
I didn't see it.
Missile or something of that nature? Then?
Sure. I'll go with that. I know that my friend said that when he saw shit coming at him, he shit his pants and ducked underneath because there was a flaming ball of something coming at him.
Sure.
He never necessarily identified it as a plane. That was always assumed.
I'm surprised they didn't feature. I'm surprised they didn't feature such a close eyewitness to this on any news programs whatsoever.
He was featured for there were 3 interviews with him, and then everything went black with him.
Well, see, what I've noticed and what I've seen since I was in my late teens, early 20s, now this stuff is coming out like it's just like in our face. It's not hidden anymore. But a lot of things that's gone on, people believe, and was in the news and stuff like that was not exactly as it should have been neither. But I don't discredit people that were in that, like you, that experienced that. Something happened, you know it, you felt it, you were there. You may not have seen it, but somebody else that you know did. Even if he didn't know exactly what he was seeing, he saw something.
Right. And not only that, but they shut down Indian Lake for 3 months. And for 2 months, if I remember correctly, I had friends of mine, chick I dated actually lived on Indian Lake, and they were removed immediately from their house.
Why?
They said there's something in the water. They evacuated the quote unquote flight path. And if you were I remember after 9/11, for weeks and months, there were 3-letter agencies that were just camped out in the fucking road and in the woods and shit. And you'd be driving. They'd say, nope, turn the fuck around and go the opposite way. I do not give a fuck.
So head motherfucker in charge of Steve says he watched the Challenger blow up with my own eyes. People will believe what they want. Yes, everyone watched it blow up.
Well,
there was no one in it.
It was on purpose. It was.
Well, of course it was. That's why they wheeled a TV set into every classroom in America.
There was there's a really good YouTube video that shows where they all went. In fact, one of them was a teacher at Wisconsin U or something like that.
The latest level with me is talks all about that, man. Exactly.
By far the most clips of Front Street because it's famous and a lot of people came down here, but it's not even close to the most intense place that I saw as far as heat and melting stuff goes. I mean, when you look at the wheels on Front Street, a lot of them are intact, but there's places in neighborhoods where there is no wheel at all. I mean, it's melted down to the brake calipers there and the studs, and you can just, like you can see here, I mean, that wheel just melted away and ran into the street like water. So this is something that really struck me when I was walking around initially. I also want to mention that I'm working on another episode right now that will explain exactly why this footage that I have and that has been uploaded to the mainland is so unique and can't be reproduced, because it's a pretty interesting story to tell. You can see there's just aluminum running down this driveway. I mean, how hot did that have to get to do that? And
How hot
there's a
did it
couple of
have
other
to be to
sections
run
here where
that
you'll be able
far?
to see this too. Now, I also
That's
want to
why-
mention I want to acknowledge the fact that I said I wouldn't make any more of these episodes
really.
for a while. I'm making this one for a specific reason. When I posted a
Aluminum, though, when you melt
Hey.
aluminum, it runs like water. It really
Okay,
does.
most of those
This is like
wheels are an aluminum alloy. What are they mixed with? What other metal or whatever substance are they mixed with to make them an alloy? Do you know, Saul?
no, I
I'm
don't.
not a metal person. I couldn't tell you
I
any of
do
this.
know that when you
A welder might know.
well, that's what I was trying to say, is that I was a welder, and
Okay.
one of the trickiest things to weld is aluminum. TIG welding took me a long time to get the hang of, and it's because of like what you were just saying. Aluminum, when it melts, it literally runs like water. It doesn't behave like iron or steel. It
Right.
runs like water. It's almost reminiscent of mercury. It doesn't even glow red.
No,
It just turns into a silver liquid and starts running. That's all it does. That's why it's hard to tell, because usually with iron or steel, you can tell when you're about to hit that plasticity point just due to watching the glow of the metal. And what happens with this shit, it's just like hot, melt, boom. And now instead of a little crack, you got a big fucking hole where you were trying to weld the crack, man. It's a tedious ass process. So
Yeah.
that it would run like that. But I don't know. That's a good question. If anybody knows what kind of a metal is mixed with the aluminum to make it an alloy, I know that there's a tempering process called anodization that they use electricity in order to strengthen aluminum with. This is what they do for aircraft. Aircraft aluminum is anodized.
Well, see, a lot of engine blocks now and engine parts are aluminum. They're not like heads and stuff, aluminum heads and stuff. I mean, I know a little bit about mechanic stuff and parts and engines and what they're made out of. So the older motors were not like these new ones with the aluminum shit. So those could melt at those temperatures that are melting those wheels and rims.
Well, I don't know, man. You got to get it up to a higher temperature than what would be provided by a normal forest fire. Now we can go ahead and add in a little bit of some wind with it, sure, and go as though that is stoking the fire. But you have to understand, you have to have material for that fire.
Right.
And metal and aluminum and shit like that is not material for a fire at all. Okay.
Not normal.
Right.
The plastic and rubber don't get that hot.
No, and they would,
And
go away before any kind of damage like that could even occur.
Where's the steel bands?
Well, where's the people? When it takes between 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit in order to cremate a human being down to just ash, and a forest fire only averages about 15 to 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. We got a little bit of a problem going on here. Why was the temperature so extreme? And you don't tell me because of wind, because that's horse shit.
Well, according to a detective I knew, and a car fire, and his questioning and whatnot, and that was my friend when she was killed, and it was understood that the reason why her car burnt the way that it did was because an accelerant was used.
Well, I can believe. That I can absolutely believe.
Here's another question.
Even though her car burned, the tree she hit, it was just barely kind of scorched down towards the bottom. But the grass in the ditch and the side of the road and all, and the field and everything that should have, if it was going to catch on fire, because it was pretty dry, it didn't burn up. It didn't end up catching, everything on fire. You see, so I have that little bit of understanding just from that experience to see that, why would a car catch on fire in on the asphalt away from the houses whenever there's grass along the street that didn't fucking burn. That's what pisses me off. People are, you know, and I've even thought, I'm not there. We're watching all this take place on YouTube and in videos and other people videoing it. But you have to ask yourself, did they stage some of this as far as putting the cars there, whatnot? Did they come through to just destroy those? To direct us from something else that's more sinister going on? You know what I mean? Not saying that nobody was hurt or anything didn't happen, but, you know, I'm one of the first ones that as soon as I saw it, I immediately thought of the directed energy weapons and what I saw.
See, I personally think it's actually going on, because if we would have had internet as a society back in 1492, we would have been watching these same things going on with Columbus coming over and discovering land that wasn't his.
Well, I mean, like whenever they got the people out and started doing the rescue, getting people out, did they go back?
Oh, where the cars? I got you.
Did they do more damage? Right. Okay.
I got you.
Did they make it worse to distract us for something more sinister?
You know, and
there's also,
I'm always on the lookout for that. Always on the lookout for that, especially when they saturate every bit of media with something. It's like, all right, start looking on page 7. On page 7, because this is right here. They're really trying to glitz this shit up for you. You know.
I mean, I'm not discounting what happened
Zelle
to them
link
people.
in my
It's
TikTok
heartbreaking.
and in my X bio. I had a few people generously
that
donate.
fence makes
$100,
me go,
and so definitely not why I'm doing it, but
I know, right?
it allows.
Well,
me
that's
to
a
spend
chain link
countless
fence, and
hours sifting
they're
through this
galvanized steel
footage and editing
got
these
zinc
videos
coating.
together rather than doing my normal
Yeah.
job. So anybody who has supported this, you are greatly appreciated, and you are certainly helping my efforts. So thank you so much for that, guys. And up here, you'll see, I think, what is the best example of this. So
Where's the
this
bands
is
for the tire,
a bunch
the
of aluminum
radials?
from these cars that just ran
No.
straight down the street. I mean, there's a huge puddle of molten aluminum.
Now,
here,
where's
and I
the
did see this other
material
places
around
too.
that?
Anyway, guys,
caused
thanks
that
for
hot of a
watching.
fire?
Stay tuned. I'll be
Where's
back.
the ash from this material? There isn't any. You see? Oh, I was just going to say, if you have a chain
And that
link
looks like a sidewalk. So how would it burn on a sidewalk? And a
Right.
brick wall there beside it.
if you've got a chain link fence, if you ever notice people that burn their leaves along their fence row, the bottoms of their fence start to rust.
Yep.
And that's because they burn that zinc coating off of the wire mesh, and then it's susceptible to rust. See, that's
My question now is, looking at those photos of those cars, there's a steel band of braided steel that runs around those. And when you burn tires, not that I know or anything, but that's left. And you're
Right.
left with a steel band of braided material. Where the fuck is the steel
Okay, guys,
on
this
all those
episode is
tires?
going to be about.
So guess
'Cause they're-
what? Guess what? Grizz, I think it was Grizz. Let me double look here. I believe it was Grizz. He said, "I'm not going to talk to you." After I gave him the link, he's, "I'm not going to talk to you," and I just said it because you can't. You wouldn't stand a chance. That's basically the reality of that one too. So Grizz, we've already showed everybody how fucking stupid you are. He says, "Watch a SpaceX launch if you want a live demonstration." Okay. You are
In
not.
between the digital remastering or the CGI or the blatant disregard for anything truth.
Right. I mean, come on. I mean, you maybe we should let's appeal to someone who's actually accomplished this.
Let's
to
roll that
move.
beautiful bean footage.
Let's see what we can find. Let's see, India.
I bet you
moon.
there's a live feed right now of the SpaceX
You
rocket that seems to be live consistently.
Yeah, we'll say. Oh, look! Oh my God! Yes, here's the China. National Space Administration landing on Mars. Now, what I gotta do is we gotta give props. We definitely gotta give props to the cameraman who ventured to be on Mars first for this historic landing. See how real that is? They even got the heat waves from the.
Oh, I love it. Oh, yeah, yep.
There's the clapping.
Yeah.
Clapping. There's the
Fuck
clapping
yeah.
and the cheering. Look, they got masks on because they're conscious, don't want grandma to die or something, or maybe it's because they're ashamed of
They're
themselves.
touching each other. That's
I
illegal.
So that's an interesting.
Why was the heat coming off of the side like that? That's not how those heat trails run. It was like level with the bottom, across the bottom. When there was one focal point of heat, there would be cooling a lot. Like that's how those are designed, is they cool on the face and direct. Yeah.
Okay, well,
damn those Chinese.
We have the first footage of the first Indian man on the moon. Yeah. Okay. There he goes.
Why isn't he bouncing around like they did with the Americans?
Well,
and there's the Indian Sherpa.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Bollywood basement.
I like the little cart going by. That was entertaining.
Yeah, that's what cracks me up too over there, man. It's like motherfucker will pack his entire family and everything they own on a moped, man. And it's like they're rolling down the road, and you're like, how? How did you even get on that thing, man? What is going on?
You think about what would happen if those people would migrate over to the Americas and work for UPS, DLS, or Federal Express.
Well,
I mean, shit, we'd have fucking trucks driving down the road that literally had 10 times the packages they do now. They could save so much fucking money if they exported to India.
Rumor has it that they're going to have the very first 7-Eleven on Mars now, or on the moon now.
Oh, this is very good.
Yes, come up and have my cosmic quickie shake, yes.
Come have my would you like a cherry slushy?
Your car warranty is about to expire.
See the visual?
We really shouldn't diminish India's historical accomplishment. And this right here, if you don't think this shit's real, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Why is their picture flat?
The lander module. Final phase of the
Yeah,
power
see those
descent,
numbers?
which is going to be the vertical descent
Look at
phase.
that,
And we are nearing and approaching the lunar
It's not
surface.
just one
We are
camera
about the
crew, there's
landing
multiple.
site, and the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site. We are
Hello.
approaching the lander
Hello,
module
welcome to the
hovering
moon.
at nearly 150
It's so
meters above the
cartoonish.
lunar
It makes me
surface.
wonder
The
if they're just
sensors that are
mocking
updating
them.
at this point
Of
are
course they're
providing
mocking us.
confirmation of the safety of
They're
the
telling
lander.
us they're going to the
They're
fucking
mocking
moon.
us. They're mocking the
Zero
NASA
velocity,
people, not
vertical and
me,
horizontal.
not you.
We were hovering
They're,
and now
well,
we are
obviously they're not
approaching
mocking
the moon
us, but they're
surface.
mocking the public as a whole.
आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं
There it is. There it
कि
is.
हम
Look at that. Proof confirmation right there. See how they all stood up?
People
At least-
are applauding.
At least they're not wearing masks in
Yeah,
India.
soft
Yeah.
landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
We want to sell extended car warranties on the moon.
Great. Now we're gonna go have to find the fucking people for the scammers. They're all in India. They're gonna all move to the fucking moon to remove jurisdiction.
Oh, here's what got me. Here's what got me was the Neil deGrasse Tyson having to come out and go, yes, good job, India, on your historic feat of landing on the moon. It's real. Yeah. I mean, he had to do that. He had to, you see, and it totally makes him look like a fool because this is just some of the dumbest shit anybody's ever seen in ever. Oh, I guess, is this another view of it? Let's see. Here's video of China's moon landing. This one was released by NASA. Maybe they should have just contracted NASA to do their graphics in the first damn place. Check this out.
540 feet down at 30, out of 15.
Yeah, they did a much better job, but they somehow changed the way that
They're 400 feet down at 9.
Multiple camera crews on this.
70.
50.
Straight shadow.
There it is, man.
4 forward.
That's
How do
it.
they get all these
4
different
forward,
angles?
just into the right a little.
And why does the wind stop outside of the
30
bubble?
forward, just-
There it is.
And why
man.
are they not creating a moon crater?
This is science, Nubs.
Oh, Dropsity.
Pick up a book. God.
Dropsity. My bad.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
I think they used bread under a microscope to look like the moon.
No, did you hear that? They turned blue, so the weapons wouldn't hit them.
There you go. What was I just talking about, man? Look at all the Indian people on the damn rover. That's how they get on trains, man. You got these people are hanging on the outsides of trains over there. Have you ever seen that?
I would never,
Rolling
if
down the
India
track.
attacked America, I would just be like, all right, hello, how are you? Yes, come on in. You are much more innovative than we are.
You do that very well, Nubs.
I do not know what you are talking about.
Really? My googie. This one. This is their little rover. Wait, I'm trying to find the one where they show the little.
If there's any Indian people, this is not against Indian people. This is against the Indian government.
Yes, exactly.
Here's a picture.
At least mine, and I assume your guys is obviously saying that yes and agreeing. So
there's another shot.
I have a really good friend. He's in India, and I really enjoy talking with him. I've talked with him about the religions there, different things. He's actually a lawyer. I've known him since he was in law school before he ever graduated for about 2 years. And I mean, he's amazing, and I learn a lot from him about, you know, different things. He talked about with me about whenever India, their money, now you can't take money outside of India. You can't take their money outside of there. They changed that years ago.
the rupees?
Yeah.
No rupees for you?
In India, you cannot, they won't let them like games or sites on the internet where you can buy virtual product like in games and stuff. They don't allow that because they said it rips their people off because they're not buying something that's real. And like, I'm on a program that does 3D stuff. It's a instant messenger with a 3D thing. So you have a little avatar and you can make furniture and houses and whatever. Anyways, it takes like an entire month's paycheck for them to have like the adult status and stuff like that, just for one person, you know, more than a month's salary. So they stopped allowing that because the people there were being ripped off.
A little car comes out of it and everything, man.
Yeah, with a solar panel on it. Did you
Yeah.
notice that? The solar panel?
But at least it was probably. I would speculate that solar panel was made in India.
No, it probably was. You see what they're doing right now? All the shipments, all the big ships. They're it's called they're breaking
Bad.
something. Anyways, all these ships that they're breaking them down, and so all the product on them is going into these big, huge warehouses, and the India people are taking and buying it. They go and they to the auctions and stuff, so they buy it and they're breaking it down. You know, refrigerator parts, all kinds of different things, and selling them fairly, you know, like used item or whatever, or a new item. But they're taking the ship itself because they're made of steel, and they're cutting them apart and selling the steel.
There's a lot of scrap that goes to India and China. A lot. Like
So
more than you would ever want to know.
So what my question is, and I didn't get to ask him that while we was talking, but I'm wondering, why are they shipping all this product to India to be broke down? I mean, yes, some of it's damaged, but some of it is not.
In my opinion, this is opinion based, and it's based off of a little bit of research on this. The cost of breaking a ship down in America is exorbitant because of all the standards of safety, et cetera, et cetera. You know, you're dealing with bad chemicals, and you're dealing with it over the water. Kind of got to deal with it.
But
The
why are
laws are different in India.
But why are they destroying the shipping? The big ships. I'm talking about those big container ships. Why are
I
they
understand what you're saying.
My question is, why are they destroying those? Because that doesn't make sense. To destroy the things that are actually, you know, producing or trading product back and forth between the countries. You know what I mean? Why would you destroy that?
Consolidation to create a short in the market.
Well, that's true. Got it. Good point.
It's manipulation of the market in one aspect or another. It's all a fucking song and dance. Give them cakes and circuses and they will never revolt.
Endurance ascends and
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just checking out some of these SpaceX launch bullshit.
You mean the ones where they tell you that they just keep on circulating the rockets and they keep on going and going and going, and they shoot like 30 rockets into the fucking sky?
Yeah. It's
like, give me a fucking break. I can't even turn around and do work that way.
It's utter fucking crap. And this whole thing about landing it ass end up, or, you know, ass end down, straight up and down like that. That is such cockamamie crap. I can't even begin to tell you. That never could that work.
I built a couple model rockets, and they always came down with a parachute.
No, I mean, if you think that shit, anybody think that shit is possible, try and balance a pencil on your finger on its end and then set it down on the fucking desk that way. See what happens. See what kind of movements you have to undergo with your finger just to keep the damn thing on balance. You know?
Well, how many times do you, when you're out digging or something, do you put the fucking shovel upside down and balance it on the palm of your hand? It's damn near impossible. I mean, I can do it, but I've been doing it since I was about fucking 5 years old. You have to know what the fuck you're doing, and your arm goes from one side to the other very, very quickly. In fact, I've got a shovel I can show you.
Hey, okay. Riley O'Toole just finally proved my point. He said the tires were to remember the Jeep at high altitude in the mountain. I said at 8,500 feet, the pressure in the tires increased, right? He said the tires swell because the difference in the pressure increases. That's right. And the tendency of the pressurized gas is to equalize with the outside pressure. Isn't that something? But of course, feel free to prove me wrong. Yes, you're right.
Where's the pressure come from in the first place? Is that from Dropsity?
Right.
Help their butt. Sorry.
Hey, tire.
That's Dropping City.
Nubs, I'm not sure.
Drop City.
I'm not sure if you can see it, but I posted it in there. It's called the Elaine Shipbreaking Yards.
Well, I mean, if you go down by Sovereign, you can go to the shipyards, and there's ships upon ships upon ships. And don't get me wrong, like I get what you're saying. I just personally, I see it as a short in the market, because if you can't get the product here, then the product value goes up, because every product that goes on that ship needs to be condensed into the smallest possible packing area. You get like, and if there's 500 that fit on one container, and you can only fit 500 containers on that ship, and that ship can only travel at XYZ in speed, like 14, 15 knots at the high speed,
creating a shortage to inflate the prices, basically.
Exactly. Why do you think all the ships were hanging out off of the West Coast and the East Coast? Because of COVID. No, it wasn't COVID. Bullshit.
Well,
you guys want to see the crew? You guys want to see the crew of that SpaceX flight? I think they stole the fucking wardrobe from one of them movies we watched the other night.
They did.
That stupid shit. And what in the world are those pullover boots supposed to do?
Well, it prevents
feet from getting wet.
Yeah, right.
No.
To do some flood damage repair or some shit.
The shit's getting really deep. It's all the way up to their knees.
Yeah.
No, it's to prevent the dust from the moon from getting into their boots. They're just high enough that when they're walking, the dust is normally just to the ankle or to the mid calf in some areas.
You mean for the same reason that in the Army we used to blouse our cuffs of our trousers?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But,
keeps dirt out.
We didn't tuck our pants down into the boot. We put an elastic band in there that would hold the pants over the boot.
But this is with Dropsity in space, so it's
you're saying
all
it
different.
wrong, Nubs. It's Drop-It-E. There's no S. There's no S.
I'm creating a new thing. It's close, but it's not it's kind of like a cigar versus a cigarette.
Well, if there was really dust on there, would it not, when we were watching the India spaceship landing on the moon, if there's really that much dust there, it would just make such a huge cloud, you wouldn't even be able to get those pictures.
Well, they're not even getting out. They're not even going to get out of this thing.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying, just the dust itself, if there's no gravity, up there, that dust is because when you saw it, when it was landing, all that stuff swirling around in that little bubble, nothing was coming up and just billowing up and totally taking over. I mean, that's just my observation.
Well, that's because the gravitosity and the lasers prevent the acceleration of the ship.
Oh God! Look at this.
Well, get you a bottle of baby powder and then shake it up so it's nice.
No, that's here on Earth.
Squeeze the bottle really fast.
That's only here on Earth. It doesn't work that way on the moon. I can prove it.
Watch this ridiculous shit. I'm up in the space station and I'm barefoot, so I don't know what they needed boots on for. All you got to do is run a blast off backwards. Run the film backwards, and this is what you get. Okay, so
No, it can't be backwards because I just heard the roar of the motors cooling down. God, what the fuck's wrong with
there
me?
it is. That's what. So you want to know what one of these retards did on here? I said to him, I says, prove the existence that a ball of gas can exist in a vacuum without containment. And you know what the dumb fuck did? Sent me a goddamn NASA picture of Jupiter. And I said, nice picture. What is it? They said, well, that's Jupiter. It's a gas giant. I said, how in the fuck do you know what Jupiter is made out of, man? How do you know the composition of this thing? How do you know what it's comprised of?
I astro traveled, man.
Yeah, see, they don't got nothing. They're just stupid people. And this is the thing. I really am glad when I see them with shit about getting jabbed and they're so proud about it. And I'm like, yes, go get more. Absolutely. You should be boosted 100 times. 100 times. You see? So when it comes down to the depopulation agenda, I am down for that to a certain degree. You know, I really do think that there needs to be a culling of stupid. I mean, let's face it, America has way too much freedom than anywhere. And it needs to be stopped.
Slaves will do what slaves will do.
Blind faith.
It's not even faith. Faith is based off of something tangible.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Within yourself is what I'm saying. Blind faith, on the other hand, would be believing in another man.
Blind faith.
And we all know how
you
that
believe
works.
Bullshit somebody else told you, and you take it and
Another
follow
man.
it hook, line, and sinker.
Yes, an external source for an internal conundrum.
Watch how many cut takes there are in this fucking launch. Just watch how many there are.
Full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, go Crew.
Go Falcon, go Dragon. NASA and SpaceX launched a crew of 4, all from different countries, to the International Space Station. The mission's commander and the only American on board is NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli. She's a veteran Marine combat helicopter pilot and a mother of twin girls, making her first trip to space. CBS.
The Gemini representation.
How diverse of them.
I love the Gemini representation.
Interesting, huh?
Jasmine Mogbelli, stuck on the stars and on making her dream happen in the cosmos.
Surprised that fucking nose didn't get hung up coming through the car. You know?
That was the aerodynamic wing.
You've been playing the long game since you were in 6th grade.
Yes, it's pretty funny because in my 6th grade yearbook,
That's
you know, there's that page of what everyone wants to be, and mine says astronaut.
Beekeeper.
Astronaut camp as a teenager, the daughter of Iranian political refugees.
Of course.
College at MIT. She played 3 sports, including basketball, and with space in mind, studied aeronautical engineering.
Well,
that is rather ironic.
Then a gutsy career as a Marine attack helicopter pilot. More than 150 combat
I see
missions.
what you did there.
Part
No.
family tradition, part service to country, part in service to those space dreams.
I never wanted to close
So
the
she
door
have a
to becoming
personal
an
agenda
astronaut, and military
on the
service
taxpayer
certainly
dime.
was not closing
Great.
that door.
3.
A karmic clarity brought Mogbelli earlier today to this door.
Liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon.
You don't see her nose holding
The
it up?
hatch of a SpaceX Crew Dragon.
Anyone that can go
A
and murder
40-year-old
somebody that
mother of
never
two.
harmed them is easily controlled and doesn't care. They'll lie to anybody to get where they want.
Oh yeah, look
Those
at this.
poor fucking kids. That
Look at this
dude's,
whole little
you
NPC.
could land the space shuttle on his forehead and fly it with her nose.
That's a 5-head, dude.
That's like a 7-head. Look at this kid like, what the fuck is this shit?
I know, right?
And the other one's like, "Oh my God, you don't believe this, do you?"
I know,
Right. Kids will tell the truth.
Exactly.
Holy shit, you're retarded. Yep.
I know that.
I love
And,
the
Commanding
kids'
an
expression.
and they're all going to be safe. They're all
The
wearing
fact that
blue.
humans go to space at all is still really mind blowing to me.
And what about
that view.
Yes, the view back at Earth. Every astronaut I've talked to has said looking back at Earth changed their perspective. I can't imagine what that's like for the first time. I even remember seeing the Grand Canyon for the first time, and I thought that was incredible.
You can see
But
that
looking
from a
back
plane
at our
window.
home planet from
I
space.
know, right?
I
It's
have
like-
footage like that from a commercial plane. You go up just a little bit higher and it looks a little bit smaller.
Yep.
Somewhere I have a picture of Mount.
Looking down on Earth, looking up.
Oh, you see where they are? Here, hold on a minute, y'all. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go over and get in the cupola myself. Let me see if we can do this ourselves here. I want to see if this is for real. Let's see here. There we go. Now I'm up there in the cupola. See? I'm in there.
Yeah.
The curve of the earth behind me and shit, man. See that?
Wait, the curve is different. You're using a
Looking
different
up.
lens.
Well, we were in a different altitude that time. That was
Oh,
right
okay.
after we hit a gravity pocket, and
I don't
we
know
were
if y'all.
dealing with gravitational, refractional, parallaxial pockets of bending space time and stuff in science.
Gotcha. And science.
I took a picture as we were flying, as I was flying in and to Washington, and it was really cloudy that day, but you can see the top of Mount Rainier sticking up out of the clouds, but it was dense clouds below us. I don't know how tall that mountain is, but Mount Rainier is pretty tall.
Yeah, it's a big one.
And so, you know, but there was a good portion of it sticking out above the freaking clouds. The clouds were, you know, thick below it, you know, below the peak of it. So,
right.
Yeah. And go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and if you, as we were flying over like New Mexico and Arizona, where it's kind of flat and open and not a lot of trees, the little cars and 18-wheelers and stuff look like little tiny ants on the road. You can actually see them from up there.
At nighttime, it's really wild. You look at you see these stripes that are red and white. You see red and white stripes, and those are the roads at night because you see the cars that are going away from you, the taillights, and the ones coming toward you are the headlights. And it's really quite something to see. It almost looks like a little electrical grid actually working or something.
I always make
To
sure
the
I get a
universe
window
of
seat.
possibilities.
We as humans can't help but explore. I also think it's really important in inspiring the next generation.
To her, this morning's launch was about all that.
her to go,
Determination, exploration, inspiration, especially to the next generation of girls, like her twin daughters, Zelda and Estelle.
When they see the
He
diverse
put on a
crews that are
hat
going
for
up
that
there,
one.
they
You actually named two little girls, Zelda and Estelle. Holy God, what is wrong with you? That's like
The Marines done fucked her up.
Holy cow, man.
And
Why
then
don't you
they
just
spent-
name- You know, if you name a girl Bertha, she's going to end up being a big fat woman, right? You just know that. If you name a kid Trixie, she's going to get a career on a fucking brass pole. You name a child Misty, same thing, man.
realize they
I
can be
knew a
part of this, whether
Misty
it's
that was
becoming
not
an astronaut
attractive
or something else,
whatsoever,
they
and I
realize they
would
can do
not
it as
pay
well.
to see on a
Like
pole.
Belly, who has always had her eyes on the stars. Mark
Gotta get
Strassman,
your beer
CBS
goggles on,
News,
bro.
Houston.
You got to get them beer goggles on.
Beer goggles. You need beer magnifiers.
Well, there's just some of them make your eyes poop, you know?
Well, it's all suctioned out anyways, so that's okay. Do they have an attachment for your eye poop?
You might. You can wipe. That's about all you can hope for. Here's the here's Hurricane Hillary.
In the eye of the storm.
Yeah, man.
You can find
man.
Hillary.
Imagine that bitch be the last thing that
Don't
there's-
make me choke while I'm drinking my coffee.
That's pretty good, Hurricane Hillary. You gotta love
Yeah,
that.
what about these storms? I mean, we had the one in California.
They're
we got,
electric
like, 4.
storms.
Well, yeah, I know. But I'm just saying that, you know, that's crazy how many they're bringing in at once. It's just crazy. I mean, I've listened to them talk about their weaponry and and I went and did my own investigation from the horse's mouth, what they're saying they can do with these things, and watching the radar and all the, what do you call them things, the laser things that was directing that high heat pressure over the center part of the United States. That was crazy. They're just not covering it up anymore.
Well, why? Nobody pays attention anyways. We've got we've got subs to figure out what happened to. I mean, we all know the old saying about "pop goes the weasel" around the mulberry bush.
Yeah.
And what are you doing when you're around the mulberry bush? You're mulling around, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You're mulling around in business that's not yours. Kind of like a fucking submarine that nobody really cares about. But it does tie back to the whole millionaires getting sunk.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said, millionaires are good people deep down.
I've had money and I've been poor as a church mouse. I've been both places. And the thing is money has never been my thing. I could have had a lot of more money and was offered it, but I was not willing to do what I was asked. I refused. I said, no, thank you. Turn those jobs down. Because I just didn't feel like that I couldn't back them in my conscience. You know what I mean?
With great amounts of money comes great amounts of inner perspective thinking.
There's an oil refinery.
Harm people.
Oil refinery in Georgia burning up. Isn't that pretty?
What is that?
The oil refinery in Georgia.
Oh yeah.
I found it rather interesting. There's a chick online on YouTube. She has a channel. It's like Squirrel Tribe or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen her.
She's got some interesting correlations. Some really, really interesting. Like her research, you can definitely tell she's a squirrel.
She digs.
She finds all the nuts.
Yeah. She digs really deep, man. She does. I've watched a lot of her shit, and bless her heart, the other night she was talking on that, and I was watching, and she had to keep stopping the camera for the video because she couldn't hold it. She kept crying. She kept working it up, reading about all the shit that these fucks did, blocking off the exits, the kids, all this shit. And she was really getting upset. And I was like, man, you need to take a little break for a little bit, honey. You're gonna fuck yourself up. You can stay too deep in this shit.
I'm surprised they haven't just had a conversation with her in the woods.
Yeah.
Well, look at how seriously many people who have disappeared, in the woods or other ways.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I watched her through the whole Ohio scandal bullshit where they decided to, blow up some fucking trains on train tracks that were owned by the same company that owns the train. And that company just happened to be a major, come the fuck on. It comes to a point where when all roads lead to Rome, you need to go to Rome and close it down.
Right. Well, that's what I don't get, and I never have since I was young. Somebody like the people in Maui, and I'm just going to put it out there. Why the hell don't they just march their ass down there to the governor's thing? They're out there in the public, right? They're doing these news things and tell them to get the fuck off our property. What the hell? Everyone keeps going, well, we have the First Amendment. Well, we've talked long enough now. Show up with what your Second Amendment is and say, get the hell off our land. You're no longer welcome here.
Because nobody is willing to build the fucking... Here's what it boils down to. They're committing treason. They agreed that, Sovereign, you were in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you signed all those documents that talked about treason. And if you commit treason, it's up to 20 years or even death, right?
Yeah.
So you consented in your mind and in your heart that you were going to stay patriotic to American values, right?
Well, I was going to, it doesn't really give you that. What it does is it's, you have to remain loyal to the orders given to you by the officers appointed above you. Okay.
Right. American values. That's what I'm saying.
Except in the case of an immoral order. And then there's they gave us a whole class on that shit. They brought up the Miley massacre and, that kind of thing. But see, I wonder if mine's still valid, because they have you swear in as a group. And I am a natural smartass. And when they said, all right, repeat after me, I state your name, I said, I state your name. I never said my name.
Right.
So fuck them. I never took your oath. You can kiss my dick. How about that?
What I'm saying, though, is they all signed those papers, meaning that they agreed that if they were treasonous, that they should have either up to 20 years or even death. What it boils down to is we're not marching because nobody's willing to put that individual to the task that they agreed to.
Rockets don't. I mean, but so many people are being destroyed because of it.
Yeah, but think about it, Dreamy. If we were to, let's say, hypothetical situation, completely hypothetical situation.
Okay.
I have some cedar wood. I have 4 posts that I can make a nice little platform. And then I have 2 posts that I can put above that and a bar that I can put across that. Are you going to go ahead and grab that rope and make shit happen? I'm not. I mean, unless at least not at this point in time, not with where we're at as a society, because it would be considered to be murder, even though it would be the best thing. If we were to simply hang one officer for committing a treasonous act, do you think they would continue to do such behavior? I think there would be a couple, but I don't think it would be very long until they would stop their treason.
Yeah.
Because then they actually have somebody policing the police. Quit with the qualified immunity, charge them with the fucking treason, put them in federal prison, or put them on the fucking gallows.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not necessarily, advocating any kind of death. I mean,
they agreed to it, though.
Those people, what I'm saying, though, is you really think that police chief, if all those people stood in front of him and they're all armed and say, get off our land, do you think he's going to stick around and wait to see?
I think some of them will. I think some of them will. Absolutely. Absolutely, because they know Big Brother is always fucking watching, and they're part of Big Brother, so they're always watching. And it might be just a small department, and that's just collateral damage, because when the powers that be, let me tell you, from somebody that experienced an influence of government during 9/11, they were fucking everywhere.
Right.
Everywhere. You couldn't turn your fucking head without seeing some kind of 3-letter agency for like 3 to 6 months easily.
Right.
And then it kept on backing down. We're in a fucking rural ass, literally, you're in a place where one person saw that shit go on. That's it. That's rural as fuck.
You're right. Look at all the people that hold those jobs. They don't even care about their own family, their own lives, nothing. It's like they're dead to everything. And
big sworn oath.
Don't feel anything, don't think anything. So you're
Well,
right.
they don't even know what the oath entails. All they know is that they said some little crafty poem with their hand in the air in order to get a paycheck. That's all they know. They don't know what
it doesn't negate it. It does not negate the responsibility that oath implies. And if we were to start holding them to task, and I'm not proposing that we do, That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's why it'll never change, because nobody is ever willing. Cause they always talk about, oh yeah, well, I'll shoot this person or I'll shoot that person. Get into a physical altercation with somebody and tell me that you don't have some form of emotional trauma of some sort if you're not trained in the brain to handle these things. I carry a knife with me everywhere I go. And when I say a knife, I carry a couple. I don't ever want to have to use them ever, just because I know what that trauma will do to me by taking somebody's life. I advocate everything against that.
Me too.
I say live and let live. Don't come attack me, because I will have to be forced to live and let live.
Right.
I will let myself live over you without a problem if you're attacking me.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact of the matter is I don't ever want to I mean, just because I know how to throw a punch doesn't mean I should.
Right. True.
You know, if I threw a punch every time I wanted to, I'd be a fighting motherfucker. And I used to do that.
Check this out.
I have experienced words are more powerful than a punch a lot of times anyways.
So here's that other fire you were talking about. Yet another fire is forcing evacuations near Lahaina. And Maui residents are being told to evacuate family and pets now without delay. Let's hear what they got on that. Sounds like it might be interesting. What the fuck is going on now?
Oh, there's the whistle. They used it.
Another fire in Kaanapali. Finally hearing the sirens going off this time.
That looked like a starport wall, kind of.
When I was watching it earlier, it looks like just a basic grass fire, but you know, I'm not there, but it looks very similar to the grass fires like what we have here. And it started up out there on the mountain with just grass. So and it was dying out when it was near homes, going around the grassy areas and stuff like that on the fringes. So it was not the same type of fire.
Grass fires don't fucking melt cars either, man.
No, they don't. No.
I don't see enough fuel there whatsoever in order to power such said fires.
Right, exactly.
Right. Especially when the trees are not burned.
Right, that's what I was going to say. You can't tell me that if the trees weren't used as fuel, what fuel was there for that fire? Okay. Where was that? Palm trees don't burn all that good anyway.
No, they don't.
Because they're rather wet.
But yeah, when I was watching it earlier, that definitely was not the same type of fire that we saw.
No.
That was burning them houses.
No, there were like swarms of these embers just forming out of nothing.
Well, another video that I haven't seen and can't find, so I think they took it down. I did have it in my history, and it's gone. But somebody there in Lahaina said that there was this weird smell, like almost a sulfur smell, and a mist that was blowing in the air while those fires were burning. So that
have you guys
stuck in the back of my mind.
Have you guys ever seen probably not, but if you have kids or grandkids, the show How to Train Your Dragon?
Yeah, I've never seen it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There's a dragon on that show that explains the sulfur smell and the spontaneous combustion, and it Zipplepuff or something like that. It's a two-headed dragon on the show, and it's ridden by the twins. They each ride ahead, and like there's so much about that symbology, but basically the whole concept of the twins being a Gemini, I think with both sides of my brain per se, meaning that I can be both very creative and very destructive in the same thought. And what if there's a sulfur smell and a mist and everything? What if they miss the area and then they zap it with the weapon, whatever that weapon might be? And that would also allow things to not burn in certain areas because it's one fast woof.
Well, the electromagnetic signals, if you go and look at some of the work of John Hutchinson,
right,
you can see, and not everything that looks like fire is actually fire.
Right.
I saw one where he had a little plastic boat floating in a pail of water, and he hit it with its electromagnetic frequency. Fucking thing caught fire, but it wasn't fire because when he took the thing off of it, it wasn't melted at all, and it was just plastic. It wasn't melted. There was no smoke came off of it. There was fuming, but there was no smoke coming off of the thing. And when the flame went out, it was gone. I mean, it was there, but I mean, there was no indication of any fire, right? So, interesting thing that he found out too, that for a great while after the electromagnetic signal is shut off, the thing will sporadically just flare up.
Well, what is that real fine dust stuff? They musicians use it. They showed it in our church when they was talking about hellfire and brimstone and whatever. But it's just like a dust, and you can blow it and light it at the same time, and it just bursts into flame and is out before it hits the ground. I can't remember what that stuff's called, but anyways, if you use that in a high enough concentration and keep it going, could you create a fire that burns that hot?
Listen, you can get an explosion from a grain elevator, grain dust.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
And that's happened numerous amounts of times in the past.
The moisture in it being too hot. Even if you have straw that is wet and gets too hot, it will simultaneously combust.
Grass will set on fire in your compost real quick.
Yeah. I can't remember that dust stuff, but anyways, people seen it in magic shows and stuff like that. They'll blow it off their hand or throw it in the air and then light it and watch it burst into
flash
flame.
paper.
And then it bursts into flame, looks like it's huge, and then it goes out almost as fast.
Did you see the new masks that are out?
No, I ain't looked at diapers lately. I say the masks are muzzles for stupid people.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what that meme is saying too.
I just
disgusting.
I just wore a shamag.
I just didn't comply, period.
Are you familiar with what a shamag is?
Yeah.
Isn't it one of those things like keeps you warm in the winter?
No, it's one of those things that those people over across the country or over in that country that we left, and we left all of our equipment.
Yeah,
it's what they wear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't use anything. Here's what I did. I'd walk into a place and they'd have somebody like at Walmart posted up there at the door and say, "Here, sir, would you like a mask?" And I'd go ahead and I'd take it and I'd turn around, throw it in a fucking garbage can and go right in the store. That's what I did. And then if they gave me any shit, I'd just turn around and leave and go somewhere where they didn't want my money.
I had to laugh. Did you see what James Freeman did? He put his pair of his wife's pink G-strings over his head. I laughed so hard when I saw that. That was funny.
Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. And I still was seeing people here earlier in this year driving around in their car all by themselves wearing a motherfucking mask. I was like, are you shitting me, man?
I'm in a blue state and I still see it quite commonly. Like it's I wouldn't say every 5th car, but I would say every at least 20th car, you'll see somebody with a mask.
Do you know those things?
Oh,
those things
before I
became
forget about
popular
this.
3 years before this mask mandate.
I
3
think-
years they came out with that on these 3D games.
Yeah, let's
like
get off
Second
the.
Life and IMVU. They came out with them 3 years prior to that. Got
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah,
wearing
let's
them.
get off of those though, because they'll shut us down now. They're getting ready to get all shitty about that crap again.
That's why I go with the Shemagh.
Yeah,
Because
we may have another Mandela effect on our hands here.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I just know that, they had people, they had that already set up and getting people all used to it.
Well, everybody knows it's a crock of shit. You just can't say anything about it. So,
Well,
like I said, the Shemagh with the Indian accent, it makes for great conversation.
So here's the thing, and I just came across this today, and it hit me the same way. In my Twitter feed, a thing came up and said Bob Barker died.
Yep, twice.
Yeah, twice now. Okay,
I thought he already.
Yeah, I remember he died a couple of years ago, man. Now he's dead
Yeah,
again.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, now he died again.
Maybe Jesus came and raised him from the dead.
Dude, this is happening. This is getting really crazy, the way this shit is actually happening.
I say we call it the Barker effect.
Yeah, right. I'm getting sick of Mandela. He's given a lot of praise for absolutely nothing anyways, I think. But in any case, that was another instance like this right here. People going, wait a minute, I thought that fucking guy died already.
If
Right?
there's anybody that did anything for Africa, it would be Gaddafi.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, by far, Gaddafi. As much as I disagree with his politics that I'm aware of, and most of that is probably just political bullshit and propaganda, because he was doing things good for Africa, like as a continent, not just his nation.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, he was going to a gold-backed currency. Can't have that.
Nope.
But now, if he was able to have hung in there for a little bit of time, what are they going to do? They're going to take out Brazil, Russia, China, India. They're going to do that now with the BRICS nations? Huh? No. They're going to kick our ass economically. They already are. They already are. And that's
why they're breaking the ships down.
Yeah, I just found it very interesting that whenever my friend was talking to me about that and showing me the websites and explaining to me what they were doing.
Have you seen any of those shorts from India? Those motherfuckers take anything from anything and they will build you a fucking disc brake.
Oh, yeah. Some of those people are quite geniuses.
I'm just saying, like, you see all those foundries over there. Those motherfuckers are walking around in goddamn bare feet, like 12-year-olds building this, and it all comes over here. And so if you think about it, any and all of our product, and I'm not saying all like complete, but a very, very large majority of it, if we don't realize that we are the direct cause of the enslavement of millions of people across the world, including our own enslavement, because we're buying into the shit, come the fuck on. How many goods and services do you really fucking need?
Well, I say we all have the same necessities and needs. All this extra stuff we have is bullshit. We can do without. We can live without it. We don't need all these little dust collectors on our walls and whatnot. But people keep going out and just buying and buying and buying. They see something. But I've been in business with sales, so I know how that marketing affects the mind psychologically. I went in, remember the little baby Winnie the Pooh and that crawled? Well,
Yep.
I went out and it was Thanksgiving evening, and we had to go pick up a few things at night. and before they closed the store for the big sale the next day. And I bought my granddaughter one, and I paid $12.99 that night for it. The next day when it went on sale, it was $29 for that damn same thing.
Well, that's because it's on sale.
But
I bought
it regular price for $12. I think it was $12.98. But the next day it was $29.98. I'm not stupid. I hate that Black Friday. I never will go back. I went to one time. People shoving you, knocking you over, grabbing stuff out of your basket. Fuck that. I'd rather pay before than pay as go that day. I just don't like shopping though.
You know what's even better than that? Let me tell you, I did this thing like a couple years ago. It's probably been about 10 years now.
Shut the fuck up.
I stopped celebrating Christmas. It was the best fucking thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people celebrate it to begin with. As far as I'm concerned, how it comes upon with me is that you're kind of like forced into the shit because everybody does it. And I'm like, why are we celebrating Nimrod's fucking birthday for in the first goddamn place?
Well, that was her Christmas.
We're totally.
We kind of all stopped in.
We're totally forced into it, Dave. Because yeah, we are like, and we're totally forced into it. Because of our family too. Like, man, my family. Like, I've tried to like talk to my family about like this sort of stuff, and can you guys hear me?
We can hear you too well.
YouTube so that you're not echoing.
I just adjusted his mic, so it's not as loud. It was way up.
I'm sorry.
The volume was all
good information.
But yeah, like sorry, Dave. Well, but like it's like firsthand information is like, man, like I'm trying to tell my family about this stuff, and they, man, I have 2 kids, and it's so crazy. A 6-year-old or a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. And I've like portrayed that I don't want to put this stuff on my kids. And like my whole family, my wife and my mom and my dad and her parents and everybody like attacks me and calls me crazy. Everybody calls me a crazy conspiracy theorist. Just because, so even if I put anything about Santa, it's like I don't really want to like tell my kids about Santa, and I get attacked 5 ways from Sunday. About
ask them if
like
they
how
enjoy being lied to.
Listen, this is how the whole
Exactly.
system works. This is how the whole system works. It relies.
Yeah, it's insane.
On you being programmed. It relies on you being programmed into giving a fuck what other sheep think of you. Okay, and this only works.
Well, but no, man, it's the system too, man. It controls you, man. Once everybody is against you, I can't do anything, man. I'm the dad. I have a belief, and I don't want to do this. I don't want to tell my kids about Santa Claus. But if every single person in my family is like, no, Santa is good, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked.
No, you're not.
I can't do.
No, you're not.
Keep a stand.
No.
Here's what you do.
The only thing I can.
That's
what I'm doing is make it
carefully.
I tell my kids, this is what I believe. I don't believe in Santa, but if you want to believe in it, and I think it's a cool story, but it's a cool story, bro.
Really?
Dave Boy.
Check this out. Check this out. So I'm a divorced man. My ex-wife, she celebrates Christmas, and my son lives in Disney World when he's at his mom's. He gets whatever he wants. He does whatever he wants. Yada yada yada. She's got a government job, and her significant other also has a government job. And so I get where you're coming from. It's as if they're against me. But here's the grand reality. It doesn't fucking matter. What are you going to stand on? And whenever she would be giving him this, that, and the other thing, I would look at him and I'd be like, look, you can either believe that delusion or you can understand that I love you enough to give you the truth.
Right.
And just be honest with your
Yeah,
fucking
and
kids.
you don't say it like that.
No,
exactly.
you
No,
do
and you don't say it like
that.
that. You can.
You do say it. You
Well,
give
no,
it
I
to
don't.
them.
So
What I'm saying.
here's what's up. I'm not going to give you advice what to do about it, but I'm
Yeah,
going to tell
that's
you
true.
what I'm going to give you the psychology involved behind this, and these people in your family are affected by it, even though they don't even know it because they're programmed this way. Okay, it goes the same thing.
They don't have a clue. They don't have a clue.
Anything that goes against the normal, quote unquote, normal narrative is automatically people are trained to ridicule, even without investigation. This is why we run into this same shit with globetards. Okay, you must have failed math or whatever. They always have this stupid shit that they say, never taking into account, hey, stupid ass, I just showed you the fucking math, and the math doesn't work the fuck out, right? But they don't look, they won't see it. It's all based on
They
that.
can't.
And there's a lot of people, that's why there's closet flat earthers. They know, but they're afraid to come out because of what other people might say. Me, I don't give a flying rat's ass what anybody says. Never have.
Another thing you can do, Bearsworth, is do like me. My kids don't even follow a lot of things, and I raised them, okay? And my toys for them were things like building blocks and Lincoln Logs and things that they could, use and learn from.
Build. That's the most important thing, is to build and create. Yeah, because we're all creators. We are all a mini me of the creator.
They always try, because everybody's looking for someone else to fix whatever the fuck they want fixed and shit. That's how we ended up with Dr. Fauci, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
the Jesuits.
Did you guys see his mugshot? He has a mugshot out today.
I try
too.
to ignore all that bullshit.
Well, this is Fauci's mugshot.
Bearsworth, I definitely retract. I'm not giving you advice because you don't need to do what I need or what I do. I will tell you what I did, and that is tell them that their other part, or your wife is full of shit. Because that is being honest, and truth is more important than that relation, because that relationship will be gravely. Think about have you ever been lied to for a very, very long time and then found out the truth?
Yeah.
Did you disrespect or did you have any respect for that individual because they held that lie? No.
Yeah.
And so in other words, you're giving that child, by doing what I did, here's my logic behind it. I gave my son that ability to give that thought and say, wait, not everybody does tell the truth to me, not even the people that are supposed to.
Yeah, listen, you guys.
But I think you're a little bit too abrasive, man. The way I've done it, I just don't. I'm very passive, man, and I just am passively like, I don't believe that. And my kids totally take my side. It's so funny how interesting how they will follow the truth, because I'm not even abrasive. I'm just like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that rocket is going to space.
You don't have to
I
Bearsworth, you don't
have I just tell them what I believe. I believe the stars are sentient beings. And that they can maybe talk to us.
Right. But listen, don't confuse assertive with abrasive. Do not confuse assertiveness with aggression. But you can be aggressively assertive when the pushback comes further. Okay? And this is exactly the way I am. I'm assertive. And a lot of times people take that as aggressive, and it's not. It's just, look, you're not going to tell me some shit that I know better that it's not. Okay. I don't give a fuck if you and 100 million other goddamn people come up and say the same thing. If I know it's a fucking bunch of bullshit, I'm going to say it's a bunch of bullshit. And I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
You see,
you're an American through and through, man. You're like, which is awesome.
I don't operate through consensus. That's
Man, Americans. That's one thing I've always noticed about Americans. You guys do speak your spirit, and it is a breath of fresh air sometimes. Canadians, we're such pussies. We're such pussies, and we always are just like. Pick we're like, we'd rather say sorry and be like, okay, yeah.
Bearsworth, let me ask you this.
Bearsworth, I've joked about that. You know, I was like, somebody could run in and say, hey, you guys, Canada's attacking. It's like, don't bother me with that nonsense. I'm eating lunch. You know,
exactly.
Nobody gives a shit. You know.
You guys have been invading us for years with your geese.
What I was going to say about children is look inside yourself. What do you really want to teach your children? If you want to really help your child, give them things, and it doesn't have to be a Christmas or this or that, but give them things they can learn from. Like me, my kids do their Christmas thing with their kids, so I went out and I got my kids things like those kits that are scientific kits or whatever, and did a solar kit for each family. Instead of buying, because they're like expensive for me, $100 and something for the basic one, but it gives them things to learn from, microscope sets, things that they can discover and use their mind. So you don't have to participate in the Disney bullshit, right? But give them things that will,
entice learning.
Entice their learning and their imaginations, And my son,
we gotta increase critical thinking. Man, watching that whole moon landing from India, man, like I watched the whole thing. It's such bullshit, and it's so hilarious if you break it down. And you actually, man, I'm like making noises, like making, like. As I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, and we're going to the moon. Oh, I promise we're going to the moon. Where we make a gold moon lander, and like everything is so fucking fake. It's so fucking hilarious with the whole moon landing, like that whole stuff. Fucking
look at this, and here's a Twitter group called Amazing Astronomy. Amazing Astronomy. And look at these apologetic fucks. This looks so unrealistic, but this view of Earth and Moon is actually real and captured by NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Yeah.
Nothing is an actual picture. Nothing they'll ever show you is actual. It's just, and so that means that they had to make it like months in advance. And so, like the critical thinking is like so stupid. Like once you realize,
go back. There were two sources of light. Blow that picture up. Yep, there's two sources of light in that picture. There's the main shadow in the front, but then there's that secondary shadow in the right-hand side that should not shadow that same way.
We ought to run this through photo forensics. Let's see what happens.
But the sun,
I'll tell you.
But the sun is now, and the moon is now hitting the Earth, so you have two light sources hitting it at the same time. Don't forget that little tidbit.
But we saw a picture of our president, and he said he gave us a thumbs up, and everything is good, buddy. It's all good. We make a lunar lander. It's land on South Pole. It's all good. It's fucking crazy.
To recap on the whole child thing, the number one thing that I've done that has influenced my child the most, with the whole difference of opinion, spend time with your kids. Because if you're the one that spends all the time with your kids, they're going to trust you the most because they see you as the most human.
No, that's important, man. That's so important.
Yeah. So in other words, bring them out into the woods, because when you're facing a bear, isn't it better to know how to do it? And having dad, I was just out with my son earlier today. He's just coming into his teen years. And so he's well younger than legal age to quote unquote drive. Well, I told him we're going to go learn how to travel.
Yeah.
You should see his fucking face light up the moment he gets behind that wheel. I'm telling you, it's like I have just given. Now, let me ask you this. If his mom offers, tickets to the movie and by himself and toys, quote on, or whatever the fuck he plays with by himself, or I offer my keys with me, which has more value in the long run?
Right.
So look at this. This sign was, somebody spotted this
I like that
on
sign.
the Beltway in Maryland. And we're getting ready to cut her down here because we're coming up on 3 hours. And that's probably good enough. I got to stop these marathon fucking streams, man. They're getting out of control. So I'm going to go around the panel and give everybody a last word and see what we got to say. Go ahead, Nubs. It's on you.
Well, I will definitely say congratulations to India. Your CGI is definitely about as good as your scamming capabilities. Spotty at best. And to the dumbass that keeps on using the suction up there in space,
Don, talking to you back here, Don.
I'm talking to you, Don. Stop being so lonely. Personal time is not allowed. Follow the fucking rules, Don.
You trying
Have
to
a
get
great
one of our
evening.
female astronauts pregnant with your splooge
Space
floating
semen.
around, space semen floating around and shit? Nasty
If you got pregnant in space, would that be considered an alien?
Oh,
yep.
Okay, so here, when I was on that idiot show, I went on that idiot show, that dude, that RG or whatever the fuck his name is. Anyway, Flow State was showing him. The dude showed.
Yeah, that guy was freaking insane, man. I don't know. I don't understand how you can be that mentally fucked up, man. Like he's totally like CNN on steroids.
Here's what I was trying to show him, Bearsworth, right here. This is what I was trying to tell him. He pulled up that bullshit about the mask and that it said 0.5 microns.
Yeah,
right?
and he was saying, "Oh no! It's only 95%. 95%." He's bringing up the percentages, and it's like, no, it's like there's actually a micron. There's a It's like common sense.
Here's the micron size. Here's the micron size of the suspected V, right? And it's
exactly
0.1 microns. 0.1 microns. If you will notice, the Google thing that you pulled up said up to 0.5.
Yeah, your own information. Their own information will tell them the truth, and they can't. It doesn't register. They go crazy. Man, that guy was so crazy, man. When I was listening to it, I was kind of going shopping, and I did a service call, and I was unplugging the toilet, and I left my phone in my truck playing it. And so every time I would get in my truck, I'd put my headphones in, and they were still going, and the guy was still going off. And it was just insane. Like, I couldn't comprehend how crazy that guy was. He was
live. He's still live.
Where is he at? I want to go play with.
He's been in the basement way too long. He's
no doubt, man. He's going on like 11 or 12 hours of stream right now. And
he's like CNN's talking points, like every single thing mainstream. He's like hardcore and just like loses his shit if anybody questions it. And then he lost his shit all the time. He would like freak out and like he would start calling people names, and he was so racist.
He's a super NPC.
Man, the most racist.
Where? This sounds like so much fun.
His channel name is RBR Network.
RBR.
Yeah, no, I followed him. Just
he's
before I came on here live, I followed him, and I was just watching Flow State's thing for a second time just to like realize what I just watched, because he's so crazy, man. Like everything that comes out of his mouth is he's like the most racist person too. He's like calling white people you're dumb. You're the dumbest of dumb. White people are genetically dumb.
He's calling other black people the N-word and coon and all kinds of other shit. And I'm like, how are you not getting shut down? What in the
he's
fuck?
gotta go because he can't make any money on YouTube, that they've been screwing him over, and that all white people are racist, and we're the 1%.
He's the definition of racist. He's the definition of racist. He was saying that like black people are superior to white people. Like that was his main talking point for half of the show is that like black people are more. It's like insane. Like
he never receives any fucking information, because as soon as you start to give him some information or even set up to counter his argument, he throws you backstage. And it's, fucking racist.
Well, that sounds like Jack Talcott.
He kept putting Saul in timeout like that little boy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well with Jack.
I congratulate. I left a comment on Flow State for like landing the most indoctrinated black person I've ever seen. I left a comment on your channel, like, man, congratulations for landing like that sort of a person, and you got him live on your show. Like congratulations for landing that sort of.
He's all in, man.
That was nuts.
All of it, man. Space, the globe, the fucking V. Everything. He's
5 boosters.
Oh my
yeah. Well, hook, line, and sinker. Every single thing that CNN has ever said, he has bought hook, line, and sinker. It's like insane.
I gotta ask, Flow State, are you like? Do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Yeah, I do.
Because
like
this
it's not just on the internet. Like my whole life, I managed to find the like I could tell you stories that I just won't do it because everybody would go, "No, he's full of shit." But yeah, I do kind of have a magnet for that.
Well, I'll say that anyways. So I mean,
yeah.
You
So
do
yeah,
it so
I do
well,
have a magnet for the
Flow State. You
weirdos.
can sit there and deal with stupidity in a way that I can't. I just hate, okay, enough is enough. I can't do this anymore. This is pointless. I
The
just
amount
can't entertain stupid that well.
Listen,
And you
the
do
amount
it
of
with
hours
finesse.
that people like that, I will literally pay for your sterilization. I swear to God, provided you haven't already bred, I will pay for your fucking sterilization.
Yeah, that guy. I was applauding Bill Gates. I was like, oh my God, Bill Gates, you're doing such a great job. Like I'm on Bill Gates' side now. After watching that, I'm like, Bill Gates, you've done a great job. Fuck, like you're amazing. This is awesome. Which is
So
terrible to say.
it sounds like he's like the Black Jack Talcott.
He
he's
makes
not-
him look like peaches and cream.
Oh dear God. Jack's about a fucking lunatic. I don't even understand how you're able to sit on his fucking panel like that and not call him on his shit.
Well, so this is the second time I've been on a stream with him, and I don't know, like I recognize what he is, and it just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't bother me.
It like rolled up your back, man, the whole time. You're just like, okay. And he's like calling you racist, dumb fucking race. You dumb fucking white. You dumb fucking white people are the dumbest fucking race on the whole planet. Like that's what came out of his mouth. It's fucking insane. It's insane, man.
I'll
What
absolutely
shit,
agree
like,
with that, though.
Flow State,
We
why do
are
you
dumb
find
as
that
the
so?
race.
Why do you find
Oh.
that so
listen, there's-
entertaining, or is it your way of exposing this moron by sitting there and chumming him along.
It's all of it. It's all of it.
Gotcha.
Dude, I never saw anything like that guy. I mean,
how would I? First of all, I appreciate the insanity is fantastic content.
It is.
Second of all, at this point, I sort of feel sorry for him a little bit now that I heard him talk about his family. I think that he's constructed an excuse around himself because it sounds like his whole family is very high performing people, and he's a fucking loser. So I think that he's constructed a narrative that protects him because it's the white race's fault.
You know what I think it is, Flo? You know what I think it is?
That sounds
There's
familiar.
several people like this. There's several like this, right? I think that he actually resents the fact that he's black. And this is why he's focused on this racism all the time.
He is absolutely the most white supremacist person on the panel ever.
Jesus. Yeah, I can't anymore. I just can't.
But also it's just sort of tactics, right? Like, so even before I kind of started feeling sorry for him, the dude, okay, so we're in an adversarial position. I don't gain shit by going da 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 and getting kicked off. So part of it's just tactics as well.
Right.
Well, look,
you did such a good job.
All I tried to do was show him that he had misread his Google information, and that when it said that it would stop things up to 0.5 microns, all right, and I was going to show this whole little demonstration right here that has a comparison, including the V in question right here, that shows that the micron size of the V is beyond the capability of the M95.
Right.
Why? Because if something is smaller than 0.5 microns, it's going to go through. And look at how big this is, 0.1 microns. Okay.
Right.
That's all. And I couldn't even get to the point of explaining what his article even said. So he has no reading comprehension. No wonder he's a loser. And if he keeps relying on an excuse, he'll continue to be a loser.
Well, he didn't even use the chain link fence thing that came out, properly.
No,
because it said that it's as good as a chain link fence is to a mosquito, and that's what. And he would only talk about the chain link fence, nothing about the mosquito, right? I mean, so he very distorted, but yeah. The reason I said chumming him along, Flow State, is because that's how I see it. You chum the waters for the sharks to come around.
Right.
And I do that. Like, I can't lie. I do that.
I've seen that.
And another thing.
Yeah, I saw that too. I couldn't believe how long you fucking did it, man. Like, I could never do that. I would have lost my shit, man. That guy was so fucking crazy. I can't believe how long you fucking pulled that conversation along.
I was like, I can't watch this guy anymore. I'm going to go outside and watch my dog take a shit. And that's what I did.
Yeah,
I've been dealing with crazy people for recreation my whole life.
Yeah, I have to admit, I enjoy fucking around with them too. I can't lie. It just,
and so like I mentioned, this is the second time I've spent like a live stream talking to him. The first one was a little bit more like I kind of hit the points that I guess all of y'all were wanting to hit, like about how he's wrong about racism and shit like that. So this time I felt no need to revisit those topics, but I did drop in the private chat. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's a short video of him that I made. I'm not in it. I clicked on his stream one day, and just the shit that was coming out of mostly his guest's mouth was so insane. Like, it just doesn't even make sense to me at all. Like, at least his insanity today, you could it was comprehensible, right? Like, you could understand the thought process that was going on. But the other day, like, I couldn't do it. I just started screen recording.
I didn't
We're
know
all fucking
you
racist
again.
Nazis. We all want to kill black people. Like that's pretty much like obvious. We all just are racist Nazis who want to kill people.
Just by volition of your melanin content is what decides that and determines it, I guess.
Correct.
You know. So
Yeah, not me.
This is the video right here, right?
Yeah.
See, he doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a car. That isn't his house he's living in. And so I think he's just jealous of what everybody else has.
I
really
recognize
honestly do.
him. Isn't that Raj from What's Happening? I mean, of course, he's aged a little bit, but
I never saw it. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe if we see rerun in the background, we'll know.
Wait a second. Does this guy have a smoke alarm that continues to chirp as
That's
well?
Jack. That's Jack.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are the types of people that we have to protect the truth against. I am vigilant out here protecting us from these evil forces.
Flow, stupid, dumb nigga. All right, fucking idiot.
This is the guy that I was
I gotta
telling
go
you
check
about.
this out. I'll see you guys later.
The same, who transformed into like
RBR
a Phoenix
Network.
who killed and murdered 5 people on Saturn. How he chopped them up and did this to him, and then he, transferred his consciousness into a Pepsi can and killed the 76th president in the future and shit like that. This is this guy. And I finally was able to catch him, and then he's on her show naked and bathwater, masturbating himself, and she's entertaining this type of stuff, naked in the bathtub, touching himself, doing these things while she's watching it. She'll even turn off the camera so that they can see each other doing new things in the background on her show. At the same time, doing these devil worshiping activities, candle wax, and playing cards, and tarot cards, and little candles from Dollar General and stuff like that. And, huffing paint, sniffing mushrooms, and
sniffing mushrooms,
putting borax rat poison in the corners of your eye and shit like that under your arms and letting it absorb, things like that. Tripped out things. And so this is what we have to veer from and protect the truth against. They're the types of women who want to get on. They want to call people coons, idiots, and they're black man haters. They want to call people pedophiles, pedos, and stuff like that. We're holding you publicly accountable now, Kennedy. Publicly accountable for the devil worshiping, for the seances, for the demonic energy, seances, summoning, devil worshiping, tarot cards, playing cards, cheap candles from Woolworths and Dollar Tree, the little ones, and she's developing them and stacking them up to make them to be complete candles. They're pouring, scented bleach on them. They're going out there picking all different types of dangerous, unknown plants. They smoking orange juice, smoking.
Where in the fuck do you find these people? Jesus.
This is crazy.
This is just the rantings of a fucking psychopath.
I
Yeah,
have
he was
a
fucking
skill
crazy.
set for finding crazy people.
Wow, this guy's just a torrent of stupidity coming on. It's verbal diarrhea, just a bowel movement is what's happening.
Hey, anyways, guys, I'm going to bed. I booked my flight to Vegas tonight, so I got a flight. I just got to book my hotel. So I'm sure I'm going to see you. Anybody in Vegas for Flattoberfest? I'm going to see you there. I booked my flight today. So it's going to be good. But
Good talking to you.
okay, peace out, guys. Thanks.
Take care.
See you later, buddy.
See ya.
Yeah, we'll be seeing you in Vegas. Absolutely. That'll be fun, man.
Well, really, honestly, you have to feel sorry for these people because they are just really lost. These are the walking zombies we were told about during the apocalypse, you know, because they're just dead in the mind. They can't think beyond what they've been fed, you know, and they slurp it up like sloppy joes.
Here's one of these retards. I've been dealing with this fuck stick now for at least since 2017.
That cat's smarter than all of them put together. Look at him.
This guy, this TB Ragsdale, and this is his job. I don't care what time of day or night you go on there. And you say something about flat earth, he's on it like Agent Smith. He's on it like Agent Smith. I don't even take him serious anymore. I just tell him, I say, dude, you've been on here saying the same tired ass bullshit for 6 years, man.
That's the problem with Twitter or X now, is it's such a fucking fed bot.
It is. It's huge fed.
The whole thing.
I'm just curious, you guys, how much do you think a lot of this stuff is just AI generated, put out there by some really ridiculous groups that, because they can take and use pictures, people talking, and change the wording. I've been seeing that a lot where it looks like a news person's talking on camera, but the words that are being spoken are not the same movements of their mouth.
I mean, I'm just an AI bot.
But it's their voice. You know what I mean?
I believe it.
No,
I believe it
Cage
100%.
I think Cage is one.
I don't think that Jack is one for the simple fact he's way too into his emotions.
So TB Ragsdale here, he said, I told him I would debate, but he has no debate. Just some bullshit chat. And I was like, we're waiting on you, asshole. I gave you the link hours ago. Bring it up. Seems like everybody here is on the same goddamn page, so it doesn't work out to be much of a debate. I've stated my piece about the gas pressure system. If you've got some other cockamamie bullshit you want to say, bring it on up here, Ragsdale. You tired ass motherfucker. You've been dicking around on Twitter for...
Who are you shit talking?
Oh, this fucking idiot right here.
Is he in the chat?
No, he's on Twitter. This fucking retard right here, this TB Ragsdale. He's a fucking...
Yeah, what up, Ragsdale, you little bitch?
Yeah, bitch.
Step up, motherfucker.
So he won't do it.
Dreamy's going to whoop your ass. Whoop that ass. I'll throw you a roll of dimes to pack your fist with. Or no, I'll throw you this lighter.
All right, I'm going to tell him, say, hit the link.
Ragsdale, I'll hook you up with my buddy Jack. You guys can go have a great conversation.
Yeah, Jack's going to fuck that ass, Ragsdale. Right.
Well, the only way to truly learn anything is to sit back and actually listen. If you can't listen and all you can do is talk, you ain't going to learn nothing.
What was that?
I said, I said the main thing about... shut up, Nubs.
He punked you. You walked right into that one.
I did, but I caught it.
Later, after you'd already walked into it. It's like saying you saw the spider web.
Right.
But it's on your face, right? Like...
Yeah.
I saw that bear right after he smothered me with his fur.
Right.
I do that a lot. I don't see it coming, even whenever it's right there in my face until just seconds too late.
You guys are like have become permanent. You guys have become like permanent fixtures here. Because it's like if Flow State's not here, I get motherfuckers all in the chat going, "Where's Flow State tonight?" I know. I don't know. He didn't clock in. I'm going to mark him down. The other night, somebody says, "Where's Dreamy Lynn?" I said, "I don't know where that hussy's at." You know. It's like, how am I supposed to know where these people are? But they expect to see you. And Nubs, the same thing, man. It's like they expect to see you dudes on here.
They miss our sarcasm.
This is the only place where Nubs and I can hang out because he's not allowed on Jack's and I don't go to Paul's.
God, why would anybody go to Paul's?
I like Paul personally. I mean, that's just my opinion. I think what he's got to say is really decent. I think that how he says it can be rather harsh and abrasive.
I've already seen what kind of a person he is, and that's what turns me off from him completely.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like try to have the argument with you about whether or not he has something decent to say, but he doesn't have anything to say.
The thing is we're all tolerant of different things, and I'm probably the least tolerant of bullshit.
No, the last time I saw anything about him was he popped in, came up on panel. We were discussing flat Earth shit. I guess I don't remember what it was. Maybe gas pressure systems or something like that. And he came on, and I know his whole reasoning for coming on was to try to disrupt the stream or be a shit, right? But he never got the opportunity. Everybody just pretty much ignored him. And if he did speak, I was like, if you want me to bring you up to speed, I'll explain this to you real quick, and then you can comment on it if you'd like. And he went away after a while. I was like, okay. So
I think that was the best behaved I'd ever seen him. I was actually impressed by that night.
He was outmatched. He was completely out of his element, out of his league.
Right.
He can't discuss physics. He can't discuss simple physics. Come on. That's out of his league. You see?
Yeah.
So, if you came on here, that means that you must have an interest in what we're talking about, right?
You know who else is out of his league that nobody calls him on it is fucking Wizard.
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Word Wizard with his little lawful shit, like
I know what you're
making
talking
stamps and stuff.
Maybe I didn't know him.
He's on Paul's panel a lot, but was it last night on Verily's? Yeah, I showed it because he's talking about making stamps and shit again, and he referenced a thing, and I referenced back a different section of the same thing where it talked about counterfeiting stamps. It's like, look, dude, you're wrong.
But it's not a counterfeit.
Yes,
a counterfeit would, well, here's the thing. If you're posing it as a U.S. stamp, then yes. But if you're posing it as your own stamp to be canceled by you, then it is not a counterfeit stamp because it is your stamp to be canceled by you. I used to work for the post office. So I do have some understanding of this.
If you put a letter in the mail with something stuck in the top right-hand corner where a stamp should go that looks like a stamp but isn't a stamp, how do you think that's going to be interpreted?
On his document, I saw the document that he was talking about. It had a U.S. postage stamp, and then under it was his postage stamp. Both were canceled. It's completely I will actually honestly disagree with you, and I'm not looking to get into a conversation about it. I mean, but in my experience, what he's saying,
I mentioned it from the chat last night when he was on Verily's, and he avoided, and then finally I was like, nobody's going to look at this, and so he acknowledged me in the chat, and he said USD 501. Started looking up, never had a thing to say. Left, never had a thing to say. After he left, I was like, he's not going to address that. He come back in the chat, he's like, and then starts talking about some other thing about the post office. The dude's totally dodging the question. He got. It's 18 USC 501 is where it talks about counterfeiting. And he's wrong, and he knows it, but he's not going to admit it. Like, I tried to give it to him. I tried to hand it off to him, so I'm not, because I was actually not trying to scumbag him. But the dude's going to be a piece of shit like that and then talk shit and then, like, just ignore me and ignore the, he's just I don't keep to his narrative,
Well,
I wasn't there for it.
You can go through the post office and you can get one of those stamps, not like a stamp you lick and stick on an envelope, but one of those that you dip in the ink and then stamp onto it. That will. There is a process that you can go through, but what I see a lot of times is these people bring stuff up, they get people, but then they mislead them and take them down to where they end up in jail and prison and what have you by doing stupid stuff because they don't actually go do their own research and find out more about it.
That's right there. That's what the problem is they aren't doing their own research. They're getting research. Like, for instance, with this post office thing that we're talking about, and making stamps, you can make your own stamps. The problem is you cannot use them like a regular stamp. It's not the same thing because one is yours
Well, let
and
me
one
ask
is
y'all-
theirs.
Let me ask y'all something about somebody else here, real quick. So this fruitcake meth head, Illuma Tommy.
Hey, I thought you were talking about me.
Bubbles
Okay.
Tommy.
What is up with that crazy son of a bitch? Anyways, man,
Methamphetamine.
we thought he had assumed room temperature. In fact, we were very hopeful of it, and then he resurfaced again. And
You can't kill a meth head.
It's like, what in the world is with this guy? I mean, he's just he's a pariah of the internet.
Homunculi.
No, I mean a complete pariah. He's not. No one likes him. I don't understand what he's all the time wanting to jump around and talk to people. Everybody fucking hates him.
Send him to Flow State. He'll chum the waters and figure it out.
Yeah, right. So just to let y'all know that a V-22 Osprey helicopter carrying nearly 20 Marines crashed off the coast of Australia about an hour ago.
Oh, damn.
Big surprise. Those Ospreys crash all the fucking time. I rode in one time and I did not want to be on that thing even from getting on it. I was like, these things crash all the fucking time and they rattle and shake, and it's the worst goddamn aircraft I've ever been in.
Those are the ones with the four
It's the ones with the rotating wings that turns into a helicopter.
Right.
It looks
Right,
like looks like this right here. This
yeah,
thing.
I know it.
Yeah. Those things crash all the time, man. They do.
Act like kind of like a human drone where it holds humans. Yeah.
Can't do any of that, man. It's like I rode on one time and it was like you could hear every rivet in that goddamn thing rattling. I mean, it was like it was going to just shake apart almost. It was terrible.
That was for your safety.
Yeah, that was safety rattles is what we had going on there.
There's a lot of things out there that, I wouldn't get.
But it's something about this Illuma Tommy, some shit that I've heard floating around too, is that he was like in his 30s catting around with a minor.
I wouldn't put that past him, but I'm not going to say it's true.
Well, I'm just saying this is just it's something that he had said. This is what somebody told me he had said about it. Now that people have called him out on it, he don't want to talk. I don't know.
You keep on saying his name, he's going to pop up like a damn bubble.
Well, I tagged him. I want him to come on here. I really do. I want to see what's up with him. I was wondering why would he want to make everybody think that he had assumed room temperature? For what reason? And then why would he want to bring our hopes down by not? You know what I'm saying?
Get a motherfucker's hopes up.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm sitting there going, oh my God, cool. No, we don't have to have him on the block list. But I took him off the block list. Maybe he came to some kind of an epiphany and realized that he's a douchebag, and that's why, that he did that. I mean, I just want to know for myself.
Some people like that just like to be all dramatic and obstinate and everything just for the attention it brings. And if they don't get what they're seeking and needing, they just go to another place where they can get it. That's how I see that.
Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, this is we are in fucking clown world, and I'm with Flow State. I've run into more, how should I put it, colorful characters on the YouTube platform than anywhere else ever in my life. I thought that in order to meet this many fucking nutcase people, you have to go hang out at the Greyhound station. But you really don't. You really don't. Not even Walmart at 2 a.m. You don't even have to do that. All you have to do is just start a YouTube channel, and you'll find them. Now, early on, there was a thing where I was going to go to Ironton. I went to Ironton, Ohio, with Terry Nip and where he lives and shit, and we hung out. And then I went back there. Well, in between, there was somebody who had been watching my channel, and she'd friended me on Facebook. And then asked me where was a good place in Ohio, because there was going to be this fight between Chili DeCastro and this Ironton cop, like a cage match.
Right.
It never took place,
No.
but we went anyway, and that whole thing went down. People know the story behind all that. But she asked me, because I had been to Ironton before, where was a good place to stay. So I just gave her the address and told her of the hotel that I had stayed at before because it was nice. And somehow she got it in her mind that her and I were going to hook up when I came to Ironton. And she assumed I was going to stay in that same hotel. But my wife had got us a room a little cheaper somewhere else, kind of out of town. So this woman was mad as hell. Not only that I brought my wife,
Holy crap.
but that I didn't stay in the same hotel as her. So the first time I ever meet her in public, right? Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something. You know, I know that there's more to a person than just appearance. But I'd already seen her on Facebook, and let me just say this: I believe she could go bear hunting with just a stick. Okay.
See, I don't agree with that comment. I think that our physical representation, what we look like, has direct ties to who we are.
It probably does. So what I ended up is the first time that I meet her, I recognize her. We had all gone to this bar after dinner, and she was already bent because she didn't get invited to the dinner. Well, the dinner was only for creators anyways. It was just a bunch of us creators, YouTube creators, had like this dinner. She's just somebody that shows up in the chat, right? I had no idea she was even there. I had forgotten completely about her. So we're in this bar, and I see her across the room talking to Terry. And so I walked over, and the first thing I said, I know who you are, like that. And she goes, "You're a goddamn son of a bitch." And she's all like drunk and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I found out why she was mad, because she was like, then I guess trying to make me jealous or something by like grinding herself all over Terry and shit. Well, anyway, Terry told me that's why she was mad, was because I brought my wife, and she made a video live on Facebook and shit, and then took it down. And I mean, it was really bizarre, but I mean, you run into people like this, man. And this is one of the things, if you got a YouTube channel, you will run into some fucking fruitcake people, man.
That's exactly why I don't have a channel, because I could definitely have 40, 50 people without a problem jumping onto a live stream. I mean, I just by the people that I run into, you know, I mean, half of Jack's audience would come see me.
I'm sick-natured like Flow State. I find it fucking entertaining. See, I'll purposely go to the Greyhound station just so I can be amused by the crazy people, man.
I go to Walmart. And I don't always spend money.
Zombies on the buses, because I rode Greyhound from and we had to go through Chicago and all that. I was in Tennessee. But anyways, this dumbass bus driver gets on and he tells us he's not a smoker. And when he stops that bus, if we're smokers, we're not to get off unless he tells us we can. And all this garbage. And I thought, oh, geez, here we go. And so he was the new bus driver at that point there in Chicago when we made switches.
Ooh, I just had someone named Sandwich 222 ask me for a link. So we'll see what happens.
But we stopped at the next stop, and he said no one was to get off. He was only going to be there for a few minutes, and we were to stay on the bus. So he gets off the bus. I look around, and I'm looking at all the people I've seen getting off smoking, right? And nobody budged. I said, fuck that. I done had a cigarette in my hand and a lighter, and I get off the bus, and I stand out there and smoke a cigarette, and everybody follows me. I get here, I see him coming back. I get back on the bus and everybody follows me. He comes on the bus. He goes, everybody that was off the bus, get off the bus. You're not riding with me. I said, I paid for this ticket. I said, I didn't cost you any time. We were all back on this bus. And so get your ass in the seat and drive. It's paid for. I said, we didn't cost you any time. I said, you're now costing yourself time. And he was so mad, but nobody said a word. I was the only one to say anything. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it's like being in a bunch of zombies. They will follow you.
You created a mutiny, damn it.
Well, I can't help it. Nobody's going to tell me I can't have a cigarette when the son of a bitch is in the building for 10 minutes. I got time to smoke 2 or 3.
Damn.
I'm not,
I smoke a lot, but damn.
I'm just saying when I was younger, I just learned to inhale because of the Greyhound bus. You get out there, you can inhale a couple of cigarettes while they're gone. you learn to smoke fast. But anyways, no, but you're right. I don't get why people say, well, fuck you. You're not the boss of me. Get off the bus. He's going to be gone 5 to 10 minutes in that building. And if you only get time to smoke a half a cigarette, you can put it out and, get back on the bus and beat him in the door, because you're right there. He's got to walk clear across the parking lot or whatever. But it is incredible to see how people just obey somebody else for no reason.
Yeah, because they got a special suit on, or they perceive some sort of authority in them. They're beating that's beaten into them. That's beaten into them, man. That there's always someone supervising, And
I've been beat the hell out of in my life, and ain't nobody gonna boss me around no more. And especially
ain't no need for it,
Especially whenever it's uncalled for. Don't tell me because you're not a smoker, you don't give a shit about me.
When I was a kid, when I was a kid,
smoker and I don't give a shit about you.
Same here.
I said I am a smoker and I don't give a shit about you.
We had.
I don't give a shit about you if you do or don't smoke.
We had this mental institution that was like right kind of across the road, and it was one of the old Victorian mental institutions. It was over 100 years old. This thing was like right across the road from the mall in Pontiac. And like on Saturday afternoon, they would let the crazies out, the ones that were kind of functional, and let them go over to the mall and dick around and, kind of recreate. So we would go there just to watch these crazy people and shit. And it was funny as hell. We were sitting in this restaurant, and a couple of them, this man and this woman, they were sitting there behind us, and we could hear their whole conversation. And this guy, all they had was a can of coffee, and they were talking about they were going to run away. And she could make coffee, and he could bowl. And he was going to have a career in bowling, and she was going to make coffee for him. And they had this whole plan worked out. And I'm sitting there in the booth right behind him, just laughing my fucking ass off. Another guy had come up to me one time and says, "Want drink of my Coke?" I didn't spit in it or nothing. And I'm like, who the fuck does that? Just walk up and offer a stranger to drink out of your soda pop. That's just, what is wrong?
That sounds like good logic.
But I mean, that's the thing. And so it's like no different. And you run across that same good thing on here. Luckily, I have a pretty good group of followers. I mean, I hate to call them followers, people that, follow the channel. I have a pretty good group. I have a pretty good group. A lot of people that think outside the box and that kind of thing. I'm blessed to not have a torrent of morons, because I really have, and I got to work on it, I guess. And at this late age, I'm probably not going to, but I have never had a tolerance for stupid people. I just can't.
And that is your own weakness.
I just can't.
I'm finding that is more true, because if you can stay on, I just don't get how you don't say things when people, like, I'm mesmerized by your ability to handle stupid people. Like, Sovereign, I've seen you just tell them straight up, go fuck yourself. But Flow State will sit there in like a meditative state of some sort, in some weird twisted place in his fucking mind, chatting in other chats.
I'm screaming inside going, how the fuck do you not know this shit,
what
man?
I'm saying.
And I'm like, I can't believe it. I mean, it just amazes me. It's like, how long did it take to train you to wipe your ass? For real, man. Were you like finally 15 before you got it down pat?
I don't even think a lot of them know how to do it. I mean, I'd say most of them are just walking around with skid marks in their fucking pants.
Oh my God.
You see what I did there, Flow State?
Each one of us having different tolerance levels for different things, but Flow
Look,
State,
it's
he's the
discipline.
champion.
It's discipline.
He puts up with the most.
It's discipline, and it's a good strategy. Like, look how much content I've gotten. A lot of content out of this dude. Like, look at how all of this week on Jax has played out. I just show up,
right?
And Paul gets his self kicked off. It's the same thing I'm doing.
Now, that's content. That's content for Jack, because if Jack really didn't want to hear what Paul had to say, he wouldn't pull him up.
Sure, but I'm talking about my interactions with Paul. I beat Paul every day this week doing that exact thing. I just show up, I be patient, I don't let him get to me, I don't say anything, and he'll work himself into a frenzy and get kicked the fuck out. And then he'll spend an hour today bitching about how girls think I'm hot.
I don't think
like
that was.
lady, if she'd been paying attention to Sovereign, she would have known he was married because she made the chili dolls, right?
Right.
And so why would you? I mean, I just love Sovereign to death, but not as in that way. More like in a friend or whatever.
Right.
But why would anyone think? He says he has a wife. Why would anyone think that? I don't get that kind of mentality. I just don't. That's stupid.
But see, I think she thought she might have some kind of I don't know. She worked out some kind of a weird ass thing in her mind. Because she showed up there with some weird woman that she knew, and they a friend of hers, and they both came down there to Ironton together, or up over there to Ironton. She's from like south of me, southern part of Virginia, more closer to Roanoke, I believe. I'm trying to think. It might be Farmville. I don't recall, but it's
I know where Farmville is.
Not the YouTube one, or not the Facebook game.
No. Farmville, Virginia.
Yeah. There is one, and that's
what my sister-in-law is. My sister-in-law is from St. Paul.
So it was like, so she thought, because he's in the same state and everything. I don't know. I really was trying to figure out how she got that out of that.
It's also self-disrespect,
Well, and it's like, what the hell? How did you construe me being nice to you as wanting to hook up with you? Where do you get that?
Well, that's what I thought it was when you were being nice to me.
Well, in your case, no.
I mean, I thought you wanted to use the bathroom together.
In your case, Nubs, it was, but that was the exception. All right.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
It made me feel weird. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, all right, well, I'll just go over there and exit. I'll tell you I'm gonna show up, but then be out the back door. Back door.
That's the whole thing. I was so fucking confused because the first time I meet the broad in real life, recognizing her from her Facebook picture, I go over and say, "Hey, I know who you are." And she says, "You're a dirty, rotten son of a bitch," and shit. And I'm like, well, all right.
Well, men can be the same way, especially online. I've known that. I mean, if you're friendly, some of them take it the wrong way.
Bob's and Vagine.
Well, that's because most men think with their wieners instead of their noggins.
Right.
So
I prefer to have an intelligent conversation over anything.
Well, Dreamy, what you got to realize is most men are simps. In today's society, most men are simps.
Nubs, they always have been. That's why honeypot operations go all the way back to Bible times, man.
Right. I've even been, subject to my own symptoms.
Nice play on words.
Yeah, you like that?
I did.
You know, and I think we all get caught up in our own bullshit more than anything else. And when we're living in our own simp dumbs, we don't even realize it, you know. And
I'm not sympathetic to your problems.
I don't need you to be. In
Well,
fact, I would prefer that you would not be, because then you would be able to deal with your own consequences of your own actions.
That didn't make sense.
well,
but,
It made
I've been
perfect
called
sense.
gullible and this and that, but I'm really blind to some things. I don't know why. It just doesn't seem to come into focus for me. But this guy I knew for years and years and years, you know, one day I called him up and was chatting with him and everything. And he goes, "Oh, did you know I got married?" I said, "Hell no, you didn't tell me you got married." And he goes, "Well, you never came back." And I'm thinking to myself, well, you never said anything or let me know that you liked me in that
Well,
way. You know, I totally didn't, you know, I mean, yes, I liked him as a friend and, you know, everything, but I actually already thought he was married. You know, I didn't know he wasn't. But he never let me know. Well, if you ain't gonna let me know and beat me on the head and say, boink, hey, guess what? I like you well in this way instead of this way. It's like it doesn't, you know, cross my mind. I'm not going to jump in your lap and, you know, take advantage of you just because, you know, of what's in maybe my mind or your mind. You got to be, you know. So, yeah, I get told things like that I'm gullible or that I don't pay attention. But I think communication has a lot to do with that. You know, not just assuming that somebody else has got something going on in their mind that, you know.
Dreamy, I think you're missing. I think you're missing a big part of this, though, because, and I can only speak for myself. Like, I don't have any women friends. I really don't. I'm friendly with women online, but that's it. And that's because I'm not going to be friends with a woman for the simple fact that there is always going to be that you're not my friend for any reason but the reason.
Oh, well, I'm talking about a real life friend, you know, somebody that
Right.
I knew interacted
Right.
in my
But what
daily
I'm
life.
saying is in my real life, I'm not friends with any women.
I don't like
And that
women,
is
to be
exactly why.
honest. I hate them because they're
I love
they're
them.
the meanest, cruelest, harshest, vindictivest. I just don't like them. I'm sorry, but I just don't
zoned out.
like women. I just
Oh.
don't. They are. I will have 100 men around me to one freaking vicious.
See, I'm the same way, Dreamy. It's like I can I talk to a lot of women and shit like that. I get along with them a lot better because I don't know, a lot of guys, now that's not everybody, but I mean, there's a lot of the male population. I find them to be so unstimulating intellectually. I mean, it's like, I don't like sports. I think sports is stupid. I can only be entertained by someone throwing a ball around for, you know, a matter of seconds. My dog, however, is enthralled by that. I don't care about those things, right?
But I like men. I hung out for 2 years from 16 to 18 in an auto shop, you know, where they were building cars, fixing motors so they could race their cars and stuff. I learned a lot, but of course I had some of that in my background prior to meeting them. But, you know, I'd go mudding with the guys.
Right, right.
You know, I mean, it was the guys, my guy friends that taught me how to box. I mean, you learn stuff from them and they got brains. But when it comes to women will act like they're your best friend, and when you least expect it, they turn around, they give you a hug and stab you in the back. And
I find
just
though
don't
that
like
out of
women.
every side, out of both sides,
I don't trust them.
The best people are heads. Okay, that's what I find. Is that the best people are heads, and why do I find that the heads are better than the normal everyday folk that you run across, like the
What do you
bitching
mean
women
by
you're
head?
talking about.
I'm in agreement with you. I enjoy a good head.
No, I'm talking about like people who have indulged in mind expanding practices such as marijuana, perhaps even mushrooms, entropics, that type of thing. I find that they have a deeper understanding of things. It's you can talk about things on a deeper level than what you find with the average, what I refer to as an NPC. A good way to gauge, though, is what I've done is I like to usually pay attention to what kind of media does this person like. In the past, before internet, I would gauge that by, like, if I went to somebody's house, I would kind of look around and, you know, casually and see what kind of literature do they have in their home. And I could gauge a lot about them just based on that. For instance, somebody who has Us and People magazine and shit like that. Those are people that talk about other people. They don't talk about things. They talk about other people. You see,
one of the things I notice, the first thing I notice when I go to somebody's home that's new, some don't have a bookshelf with a book on it. They have a lot of little whatnots, but not actual books.
Right.
But other people, you go in their house and they have a freaking library, you know, they have all these bookshelves full of books. And I read across and see all the types of books that they have. And you can tell, you're right, you can tell a lot about that person. I mean, I miss my books. I stopped collecting them after all my stuff was stolen one time from me. So I quit collecting, but I still have like books right now, but they're, you know, like natural healing. I have Back to Basics. I didn't know that was a book that so many people wanted, and I have one. Things that I can learn from, utilize, whatnot. Wild edible books, things like that.
Dreamy, you'd laugh if you came to my house and saw my book collection. It's primarily dictionaries.
I minimized back in
my encyclopedias, dictionaries, and all that kind of stuff were taken.
I minimized in 2013. I had tons and tons of books. I still do, but a lot of my books I just gave away. And it was like, why am I hanging on to books that I've already read? For what reason? Am I going to reread it again or something? No, I'm probably not. So I minimized.
You're a hoarder like me.
Yeah, I know. I'm still bad. I've already gained a whole bunch more. You know, I mean, I actually bought a 1958 encyclopedia set off of eBay. You know, I mean, because there's shit in there.
That's got value, though.
Those are awesome. I've got a whole, I got all that sort of shit like that, and I'm still looking for more shit like that.
Yeah.
I love the estate sales.
I've got
whenever I had a lot of very expensive old books, and when I moved, I'd asked a friend of mine if I could put stuff. He had said he had an empty shed and everything, so he said I could put my stuff there. Well, as soon as I got moved from here to Texas with the first batch, I didn't get a chance to come up here to get the second load. When he had a yard sale, and his wife saw some of the books and stuff and realized what they were worth and went and sold them all on me, as well as just put everything out of mine out in the yard sale and said, oh, well, we didn't think he was coming back. I said, well, hell, I didn't even have time. You know, you said, you know, you were going to give me time to come back and get it. And he goes, well, we heard you weren't coming back and all this. I said, bullshit, you just took my stuff. So I've learned when my ex-husband took all my stuff twice, and then I couldn't even trust my friends, so I stopped collecting anything. I just stopped collecting because I really don't need all that junk. However, these books that are on wild edibles and stuff that you can do for your health and stuff like that, those I've kept because, you know, those I can go back and reference all the time in them. So those things I try to keep with me at all times. They fit in a nice box that I can take with me wherever I go, you know, because after being on medication and having a stroke and everything, I try to do as the natural as possible. So I do keep the things that are useful. But as far as collecting a bunch of stuff anymore, I just don't.
So let me ask you all about something. What do you think about the big gangsta Trump mugshot and the big arrest ordeal and all that? Anybody? I haven't paid a whole lot of attention of it, but
of who?
Theater.
Trump. He got arrested, and they had
Nothing
to do
but
a
bullshit.
mugshot and all kinds of other shit, and he using his mugshot actually as a campaign picture, bro. This is.
It's all to the system. Well, even if Trump goes to if Trump's obliging by the system, it must be right. We've all got to follow the system. Let's all get a little bit more indoctrinated.
Right. And if you don't like it, then you should vote in the system.
Yes. Vote in the system. If you don't vote, you don't matter because it doesn't matter.
Nothing else matters.
These people that say if you don't vote, you can't bitch. Yeah, I can. Yeah,
I can bitch because you're voting for somebody to boss me around.
Right, absolutely. Everything that happens as a result of that asshole is your fault, not mine.
I always vote for myself.
That's not a bad idea.
Everybody ought to do. Vote for me.
I'm just going to write nubs in all caps.
That works.
Vote for yourself, Flow State. Why would you want Nubs to boss you around? Just vote for yourself.
Because he knows I won't boss him around.
Because I feel like Nubs has the spare time to be president, and I don't really want that burden.
You know what Nubs stands for, right?
Knuckle up, bitches.
No. Not under bullshit.
Oh, I thought it stood for knuckle up, bitches. I like that. I like mine better.
But then you're using bitches as the BS.
You know what? I know that I'm doing that. That's fine. I'm fine with it.
Your wordplay is less than acceptable.
No, it's just fine. It's perfect.
Nope. It's like Jack's son's relationship with Jack. It's just non-existent.
I was about to threaten you for being a Nazi grammar, but then you made me laugh.
Plus,
we're online. So
you can't see my grammar. You can't see my grammar. That's why it's Nazi.
Oh my God.
I did not see what you did there.
Look, as the black supremacist whisperer, I see what you guys are doing with your play on words, and you're all racist white Nazis.
Well, let me tell you something. Just because I compared Hitler's rise to Trump, I was reported to Twitter. Now, that was about over 14 hours ago, and I'm still on Twitter. So
there was the rating of the embassy as well, or the town. They just didn't burn the fucking thing down like they did in Germany.
What's that?
With the Capitol building that they burned before World War II that got Hitler into the position. They had the whole the Reichstag, and then the storming of the Capitol, the insurrection of the age,
the unscheduled tour.
Yes, that the police were aware of.
Has anybody seen Eric?
He probably got picked up by the FBI for his participation in January 6th.
You know, I was wondering. Dude, I have a picture of him standing there with this QAnon shaman.
No, yeah, and actually just the other day, I dug up, I used to be a Proud Boy, and the KC chapter that I was in had an FBI, a Fed in it, and I have the paperwork from one of the other guys' cases and the interview and shit, so I dug that stuff out for something. It was Chaotic Truth had a panel that was addressing that, but by the time I got up there, they'd sort of moved on. But yeah, I think at some point I should probably make a video kind of going through it, because it's kind of insightful to see that the feds have had people in this shit the whole fucking time. They weren't, They were absolutely
They
100%
started the shit.
right. They started it.
90% of the time, all that shit is started by federal agents of some sort.
Well, I know that it won't be insightful to any of us. We know this already, but for the most part, people are basic bitches.
Yeah. It's like the people on
Slaves.
the Greyhound bus. They just follow
Yeah.
the leader. I mean, and they don't ever step up to be the leader themselves or guide their own lives. But you're right. Like if the four of us on this panel let's say we were all from the head of each of our prospective countries. But we can all get together and say, hey, you know what? We ought to see if we can get these people to do this, 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 and this, and we plot something out and plan it. And, you know, like the War Machine. And then everybody follows the leader and goes, oh my gosh, they're doing this. This country's doing this. But we know what's going on. So we can kick back and go, oh, on the news, you know, we can make some fake news things and go on, yeah, they're just doing this to hurt our country. And they're doing that. But behind it all, we know exactly what's going on. That's what I see. They all know what's going on. The leaders of the countries know what's going on. But, you know, they can play these little games to keep the people under control. And that's what I see. It's a control thing. It's just like the damn churches or any other organization people are involved in.
If we
But
were in
people
good
are
countries, I
followers.
like to think that we would be good leaders, and the first thing that we would do is make sure that nobody's allowed to go to Antarctica.
Absolutely.
The second thing that we would do
Wait a
is
second. No way. Fuck that. If I become president, I'm going to encourage the opening of Kentucky Fried Penguin in the Antarctica.
how dare you?
That's where I'm going with this shit. Fuck them.
You're a monster. I'm gonna. Where's my editing team? We got to clip that soundbite out, and we got to save the penguins. This is how I'm going to mobilize my citizens to wage war against you, to the last citizen to save the baby penguins that you're torturing to death.
You know, it's the father penguin that
we don't
raises
torture
them.
the baby ones. We don't torture the baby ones. We merely, it's a real simple process.
You can say that, but it's too late. That's not what I'm telling my
it's
people.
really quick.
That's not what I'm telling my people. You torture baby penguins.
It's really quite quick. What we do is when we make our famous penguin McNuggets,
without a
we
torture,
just take the little baby penguins and dump them into a deep fryer. Death is instantaneous. And then
that's not what people are going to hear.
Their feathers crisp up and make that nice breading. And then the worker just takes some wire cutters and snips off the feet and the beak. And
You
penguin
violate their
McNuggets.
buttholes, don't you?
There we go. No, that's a separate thing and it costs more. If you want penguin buttholes, then that is that's a little more costly because it takes a lot of penguin buttholes to make.
Boy, my citizens are probably already invading your country.
You know,
Is that like calamari?
Yeah.
O-rings.
That's exactly what that is.
But you know what I'm saying, though. They get together. They know what's going on. You're going to tell your people this. I'm going to tell my people this.
I don't think it's smooth. I don't think it's particularly smooth though. Like I think there's a direction and there's efforts and push. Like I think that monkeypox was supposed to pick up a little more than it did.
Yeah, it didn't go very well.
But I do think that Harambe was like, you remember Harambe? That was a fucking eye-opening news story for me because I remember looking at this Harambe bullshit going, this is a test.
I'm not sure. What's Harambe?
The gorilla that got shot like 5 years. Yeah. Because it was going to kill that kid, and then people were freaking out and saying the mom should have been shot, and all sorts of things. Like, obviously, the only course of action is to shoot the fucking gorilla, right? But
not the kid.
I don't agree with you because I think the gorilla has more compassion than any people. I mean,
baby, a toddler, a 5-year-old fell in the gorilla cage at the zoo.
Shoot the 5-year-old.
Started walking towards the kid. Now, tell me again that you don't think the gorilla should have been shot for the child's safety.
Shoot the gorilla for the child's safety.
I don't think the gorilla would have hurt him. I think he would have done.
Are you willing to risk it?
Whoa. Wait.
Well, who
Let's
lets
get this
their-
right.
Who lets their
We
kid
should.
climb into a gorilla pen in the first fucking place?
Yes, we should have shot the child for disobeying the rules.
I'm not saying that, but I'm
Finally,
just
a
saying.
logical response. A logical response.
So there's a clear line of priorities, right? The kid is the number one priority. The
No. Gorilla lives matter.
Yeah. See, he's being sarcastic, but I don't think that Dreamy is.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. So what would you have done?
And
Would
men
you have
always want to
linked the-
shoot and kill everything. They don't use their fucking brain when it comes to that shit. Let's
So-
shoot it. Let's kill it because it's going
I
to
want
hurt
you to
somebody.
use your brain. Would you have risked a kid's life so that you don't have to shoot a gorilla?
I would have trusted the gorilla.
You're fucking retarded.
No, I'm not.
You have poor morals.
And the reason
you have bad
why is
ethics.
because it has been proven many times over and over that in the wild animals will actually save and protect a young even when it's not their own.
This isn't the wild.
This isn't
I
the
know
wild. This
that,
is a caged animal that deserves to be in the wild, but has been caged and been in slavery, for lack of better words. It has been put on display for all to see, and probably been tapped on the glass one too many times. I'm not gonna
And
say
have
that it's a. I'm not going to advocate for the. I think we should have shot the
If you're
child
going-
personally.
If you're going to, okay, in your scenario, I'm going to say that they should have had a tranquilizers present, ready.
Well,
whatever.
of course, if
Not
you're a
just to
zoo, you
shoot-
need to.
not just to shoot and kill every time you turn
The
around.
reason they didn't use
Kill.
tranquilizers is because they didn't have time. It would.
I know because they're all a bunch of jackasses. They don't
preparation.
have a head.
Yeah,
but what
Dreamy.
I'm saying is when never mind.
I know. Yeah,
Not
I would
worth the
back off of
fight.
it too because you're.
I
you're
would
exposing yourself.
I have a lot of experience with animals, even ones that were hurt and injured, and I've not been bitten or attacked or whatever, and that includes wild animals and stuff. So no. I think you're right that the animal is caged and everything, but an animal also knows when something's a baby.
Here's a real dumb shit thing.
You're
to do.
ignorant.
You see that?
No, I'm not.
Or maybe
Watch
you're
this
just
guy.
immature.
Watch this guy sticks
I'm
his damn
not.
hand. He sticks his arm in this crocodile's mouth. Watch what happens to him. Look at that shit.
Now, see, that's kind of dumb.
That's more than kind of dumb. That's just, I don't even know.
How did he not lose his arm?
He may have after that. It looked
Other
pretty
than the
good.
fact that the alligator knew that it couldn't roll him because it was on the ground.
I mean, it was
Like, that's-
it was bending in directions that it didn't look like it should be bending. You know what I mean?
Dreamy, I was in a customer's house about a month ago, and there was a dog, a pit bull. Now, mind you, I had spent probably about 4 months with this dog every day, him in the backyard, me throwing the ball while I was taking a break for work and whatnot. So I knew this dog very well. I walked into the house. I hadn't seen the dog for a while. I walked into the house and I said, "Hey, buddy." And, just like I did a million times before. And I went to pet that dog. And wouldn't you know, that dog bit my hand and bit my leg.
Shit.
Well, I can't explain why he acted that way to you because
You know why? I'll tell you why. Because it's an animal, and the animal was in by its owner where it never had experienced something like that. And it's just like humans. We don't know what we're going to do until we get there.
right.
And I'm not advocating for the destruction of an animal, and I'm really not advocating for the destruction of a child either. Obviously, hopefully people see that I'm being sarcastic. Nevertheless, if you prepare yourself properly, like as a zoo, you should have every 20 feet within the caged area a tranquilizer that is designed for the animal that is in the cage. You have a firecracker that is lit that your hand is around.
But there's
day.
no tranquilizer that's as fast as a gorilla moves across an enclosure.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, man. You remember Marlon Perkins? Dreamy, I know you remember Marlon Perkins and the Mutual of Omaha Wild.
Oh yes,
Thing,
I remember that show.
right?
Yes.
They would shoot those fucking gazelles. Those sons of bitches go down like right now, man. The only problem was they had to start a rehab clinic for all them animals, man. They kept coming up on the set going, yeah, man. Remember me, man? I was out there showing up.
Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go get some cigarettes before they close.
I'm not totally against, shooting certain animals. I'm not. There are dangerous animals out there and everything like that.
There's some dangerous animals.
I've also seen animals protect children in ways that they would not protect an adult.
That's fine.
Of course.
You can feel however you want about animals and gorillas, and you can love them, and everybody does. You're objectively wrong. Like, full stop.
Did you
No,
say
I'm not.
You're
Full stop on
100%
you. You're
wrong.
wrong.
100% wrong.
No, I'm not.
To say that you should risk it.
How does one become 100%?
And hopefully the gorilla is nice. Full stop.
Now check this out. You got to admit
They have given gorillas, cats, kittens, and interacted with people and everything else without the violence. You're just putting your violent mindset on a gorilla when he may or may not be
right.
that.
You're saying that you'd rather have a kid die.
I'm not saying I'd rather have the kid die.
You'd rather maybe a kid dies than definitely a gorilla dies. And I'm saying your priorities are fucked. It says a lot about your character, and you're just wrong. You're wrong.
I'm sorry, but I guess I would take into consideration how that animal is behaving at the moment. I didn't see it, so I cannot really say how the animal was behaving in that moment.
This is why you're wrong. You don't value human life enough.
I value human life.
Not as much as maybe gorilla life. On that note, I
Oh,
don't have
go
time.
fuck
The cigarettes.
yourself.
No, well, okay, that's fine. I can go fuck myself, and you can go continue to not value human life enough. But I'll be right back.
I did never say I didn't value human life.
I'm telling you, you don't.
But you need to be able to assess a
No, I'm
situation and
explaining
not
it to
just
you.
automatically think that the best thing to do is kill something. Period. There's always extenuating circumstances, and there's reason to take all aspects into a situation before you act.
Watch this thing here for a second. I'm talking to the audience, and you guys can argue some more. Watch how these girls are fighting, and this cop just casually walks up, douses them with pepper spray, and rolls. Watch his shit. No, that's took care of.
That's a walk by.
That's fucking boss.
It's a walk by.
Look at that shit. That was boss. Now they're going to go down here and fight. I have no idea, man. What caused nobody's shooting him.
That's rough.
That's sad as shit.
Was that leftovers?
It's just sad as shit that people act that way. But on that same note, I'll tell you what, man. I absolutely have way more compassion for animals than I do for people. I do. I mean, most people that, in general are shit. They really are. They're not, they're panicky. They're vindictive. They're horrible.
People.
Yeah.
People, yes. But
Yeah.
people, yes, but person.
Right. That's why
person
you
can
take them as
be.
they come. But see,
Right.
I would have a rougher time killing an animal if than I would a human. It's like I see more innocence in the animal than I do in the human.
I agree with that. There's always more innocence because there's no standard of good or evil. An animal is considered to be an animal. So it's always going to be innocent. Like, for instance, the dog that bit me. The dog wasn't doing anything but what the dog is designed to do, and that's protect his owner. I'm a fucking stranger, even though I spent all that time with him. I didn't fucking break bread. Ugh.
This is for Flow State.
That's nasty. What didn't happen to her?
I mean, for real, she's turned into a complete handcuff. Oh, I always program that way.
Never have I been so grateful for words.
God. Yeah, I know, right? You know, it's like, hey, Britt, it's she's got to be like what, close to 40 now or something, right?
No, she's older than that because I'm in my 40s and she was older than I am. She's probably mid 40s, if not early 50s.
Yeah, she need to stop behaving that way. I mean, there comes a time. That's what I'm saying. Have you ever run across like older women? They try to teen themselves out, and it just looks
just gross.
Those are the worst.
It just looks ridiculous, man. Yeah.
Women that can handle themselves. Here's my outlook on it, and take it for what it is. A woman that can keep herself well maintained is like a fine bottle of wine. And what I mean by well maintained is not just in the physical, but in the mental, because if the woman is stupid, I have no time for stupidity.
Right. I'm like that too. And here's the thing, you know, you can be attractive, but you got to have a little bit more than just showing your catcher's mitt for 50 years. You know, I mean, do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
It's just, come on, here comes the time. There's got to be more to it, you know? And if that's the sum all and be all of what you are, 47. Oh no. Okay. Then there's problems. You lack substance. You lack absolute substance. If that's what you rely on, the material aspect of it. Look at this fucking idiot.
It's like we don't see men out there. I mean, there's a few. I'm not saying there's absolutely none, but on average, men aren't out there doing that crap.
There's a tattoo for you right
bullshit.
there. Huh?
Bullshit. There are plenty of men that are out there doing that very same shit. Look at this jackass right here.
Guy
getting a
went
fucking
and had
tattoo, getting a man's tattoo of a man on his fucking arm.
His arm. I know. Or is it his leg?
Okay, maybe there he is. I just ain't met him.
It's a leg.
A lot
man.
of them.
That's his
Not
leg.
the
It's
kind
on
of
his,
people I hang out with.
it's on his thigh.
That's his thigh? That
Yeah,
poor
it's his
little.
thigh. See,
What a simp.
Yeah, I know, right? He
I'm a
probably got
fucking. I've got chicken legs and my legs are bigger than that.
He should have got a tramp stamp of Donald Trump on his ass. That's what he should have got. Holy God. But we got to be careful because that is our Lord and Savior, Jesus.
He ain't
Trump.
my Lord. He ain't my Savior.
Lord and Savior.
I am my
Jesus.
Lord.
It's the Lord and Savior, Jesus Trump. Amen. And a woman. So
I'm good. I'm good on all that bullshit. I was created in the likeness and image of my creator, and therefore I am a experience of my creator in action.
Yeah, I agree with that, Nubs. I think we are.
Well, if you listen to what the Christed being said when he gave us the 2 commandments, he said, "Love the Lord your God with all thy heart, soul, strength, and mind." The second is like it, meaning that it refers to the first. So what you have there is you have then love your neighbor as yourself. And the way it's written,
Yeah, but what if
yourself
your
would
neighbor's an
refer.
asshole, you know?
What's that?
I said, what if your neighbor's an asshole, you know?
Well, the thing about it is, at least in my opinion, it refers back to the first because we are an expression of the Creator. I mean, you look at why he was supposedly crucified. According to the story, he was crucified for saying that he was God. And he said, but the scripture itself said ye are gods.
Right.
And it's right, because we are gods. I am a god. And that's why that scripture actually makes sense when it's read correctly.
Right.
Because the first is like the second.
Well,
It's
you
in
wouldn't
the image of.
you wouldn't
Oh,
harm
boy.
yourself, so don't go around harming other people. too.
Exactly.
You guys check this out, man. So we've all suspected Operation Bluebeam,
Yeah.
the fake alien invasion, right? All right. So here's this clip from this thing. Bill Esquire, Bill and Ted. They're a couple guys I know here on Twitter. Pretty cool. He says this teacher says she was given protocols for an alien invasion. Anyone else received these or participated in a meeting where it was discussed? Looks like they're getting ready to ramp up the sightings and push this thing. Stay frosty. So I thought maybe we listen to what this broad says. That's the Snapple woman, isn't it? Isn't that the Snapple chick? It looks like her. Anyway, let's see what she says about this shit.
I can't believe I sat through a school safety meeting today and we went over alien invasion protocols, procedures. What to do if there's an alien invasion. Our county really gave us procedures for that. And honestly, I did not process anything that was said during that part of the presentation because I could not believe what I was looking at. Like, anybody else out there get alien invasion protocols? What to do with your students if there's an alien invasion? Just mine?
My business had a very long, extensive meeting. It has to do with aliens and invasions. It was like a 3.5, 4 hour meeting.
Wrong kind of alien, wrong invasion.
I'll tell you what, I'd take a ride with an alien and get off this damn planet in a heartbeat. Than
What
to stay
planet?
here with all the stupid people. I'm just saying, if they're
No,
real,
no, no,
I
no.
would take
That's
a
the
ride
thing.
with the alien before I'd listen to these bullshit people here on this planet.
Dreamy, it's about the experience. That's what it's all about.
Well, I may
The
want
whole
to
thing is
experience another world somewhere else. You know, you never know. Being
So
sarcastic.
I get your sarcasm, but all jokes aside, sarcasm comes from an inner space, and you know that, and I know this because that's where mine comes from, and I'm a sarcastic ass motherfucker. You know, but the grand reality is if you want to escape, it's because you're not satisfied somewhere within.
I'm just saying, one, you know, they're bringing all this stupidity out there. You know, putting
That's
it
the
out
same thing
there.
I said for my divorce. I just want to get out.
I want, yeah, gotcha.
I can't deal with the stupid people, and look at that. I destroyed a relationship, and I made my child's life more difficult because of the having to go back and forth between my house to her house, and you know, having a new stepmom and a new stepdad, and like all the complications that I gave to that.
Okay, let me ask you this question because it's a question I asked myself before I finally left my ex-asshole. Would it have been better to stay there and put your kids through whatever was going on between you and your then wife?
Fuck no, it would have been better for me to realize that I was not with somebody that is complimentary to me before having a child.
Well, that's true, but after
And
the fact,
that
you
was
have-
when I stayed. That was the point in which I actually decided to stay. I remember it very clearly. I was supposed to get on the fucking plane, and I said, you know what? I'd rather be here than where I was. Me and my my at the time girlfriend-ish person back in Pennsylvania kind of realized that I was kind of moving to Minnesota to be with somebody new, so I didn't really want to deal with all that bullshit, so why not stay? I was a coward ass bitch. I was straight simping.
That's straight out of
Well,
fucking
see,
One Life to Live right there, man.
Right.
well, see, I asked myself because my ex-husband, he was into drugs and women and all that mess.
Well,
and
I'm
every
into
time I
women.
turned around, had to deal with, everyone in town knowing crap, and then me finding out and what have you. But I had to ask myself, was staying there, raising my children, because I did stay. Even after my divorce in 87, I got back with him and stayed until 90 and whatnot.
So you stayed.
And
You're
I
just
had
like
to
me.
ask myself the hard question, is this what I want my children to think is okay? That
Your
this is how
standard
they're
was
to
too
be
low.
treated? Should they stay because it's better to keep the family together and think that this is the way that they should be treated by a spouse? That was including my son. Is it okay to teach him that it's okay to treat women this way? Was it okay for my daughters to accept to be treated this way by a man? So I asked myself those hard questions, So whenever some neighbors came to me and asked me if I knew this, that, and another thing and whatnot, and I found out, he was again doing what he wanted to do, cheating and back on drugs and everything else. See, he wasn't showing me that side of him. So I had to hear it from the neighborhood and whatnot, because he didn't hide it from anybody but me.
Well, see, that's the
So I
problem.
had to ask myself that question.
That would have been the problem,
If I
Dreamy.
should have stayed. So I said enough is enough. I had told him before, if you do this again to me, I will not take you back. And he goes, oh, you can't live without me. You don't have a job, this, that, and other thing. I said, no, but I said, I do have a business that I can raise my kids. I had my own business. Plus I sold it on my side, and I home. So that was 3 jobs just for me. Plus I took care of all, as a secretary, I took care of all his business that he had a side business, and we were actually doing really good that way. We were not financially hurting for nothing.
Well, Dreamy, let me ask you
The
this.
thing is do you stay because
You stayed
the
because it was
children?
comfortable. No,
Do you
you don't
stay
stay because you stayed because it was comfortable. It's what
Oh.
you knew, just like the rest of us
No,
do.
it's because I had went through a divorce with my dad and mom, and then ended up in a worse situation as far as abuse that I had not gone through before. And I had to ask myself those questions. What's better for my children? And
So
leaving is
you
what
just
was
proved
best
my
for
point,
my
Dreamy.
children.
You literally just proved my point, and let me explain. So what you said is you had gone through your own trauma, and then by that decision to stay, you relived that trauma and then went back to that trauma. It is what you were, hang on. It was what you were used to and comfortable with. I'm not saying it was good.
Cool. Let's save this shit for psychology today.
I
How about
agree.
that? All right.
I agree. Let's go
Get
to
into
something
some
else.
Woo. Let's talk about fucking woo and shit, right? So this is some shit going on. They said there's some scary developments happening out of Lahaina that are being totally ignored. It's obvious that there's an intentional media blackout taking place around the world region. Even more of this, there are special police in the form of foreign vehicles. Let me pull this up so y'all can see it.
Foreign vehicles on an American domestic soil? Actually, it's not really American.
Foreign vehicles that wouldn't normally be used as police cars, along with NG National Guard stopping people. On top of that, there is a blacked out fence that is being erected around the whole perimeter. There is a major cover up taking place there. Please continue to support and pray. So this is a video of the shit.
On ensuring that the media and anyone
Yep.
else can't see what's going on here in Lahaina, West Maui. There are miles and miles of this black fence going up that was not here before, that is obscuring ground zero and making sure no one can see what's going on inside of there from the road. No one can get in there. No one can take any pictures. And then I've also seen...
Yeah, I could see him putting up a silt fence, but not one that's like 8 feet tall. There's no need for that.
As a fence contractor, I will definitely affirm that is to keep visibility to a minimum.
These weird foreign police cars showing up, these special police, I'm not sure what to call them. This is a Nissan, but there's quite a large presence of these standing guard around the perimeter. We've also lost our ability to fly drones really anywhere near this area. Now, this 20-second clip here that I tried to get out of my car and show what was going on, I was almost immediately, after these 20 seconds, National Guard came, chased me off, yelled at me, told me to get back in my car and keep moving. So you cannot pull over. You can't even stop your car anywhere near any of this anymore. Now, I'm going to show you a fairly long clip that shows just how extensive the fencing is on the western side of the main highway here. And there also is National Guard, regular police, and
that's why they could only give each family $700. They spent the rest of it on this fucking fence.
Fencing is expensive.
These police
What's on
cars
those
that are
signs on
foreign
the
made.
fence,
The people that are driving them,
the company,
are not. They don't look like any police I've ever seen in the United States. So kind of a bizarre situation. But they have a huge presence, standing guard, ensuring that nothing can be documented. You can't stop your car. You can't pull over. You can't fly a drone. You can't take a picture. You can't get in anywhere near any of this, which is part of what makes the footage that I have so unique. Now, I always make sure to point out that the footage that I have has been uploaded to the mainland to multiple people. They have the credentials to my social media. So if anything does happen to me, it's not going to prevent the story getting out. But the footage I have both
my thoughts exactly, Don.
On the ground and drone, but particularly on the ground, is not going to be able to be reproduced with the amount of resources they have put into locking this area down. Now, I am working on another video now that's going to show side by side this same drive a week ago, so you guys can compare what it's like now, and you can see just the amount of fencing, rocks, police, barricades, all of the effort they are putting into this. They are putting a lot of energy into it, which is kind of interesting. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on it. Now, I also want to point out that the reason I've been able to keep cranking out these videos and somewhat neglecting my normal job, my income from my normal job pretty much went away weeks ago when I started all this. The reason I've been able to do that is because I recently put my Zelle in the bio of TikTok, X, and YouTube, and I've had a handful of everyday people making small donations via Zelle, and that has made a huge difference with allowing me to neglect my normal job. And I love my normal job, but if I can focus right now on resisting the attack on freedom and resisting the attack on the First Amendment and getting as much of this information out to you guys as quickly as possible, that is absolutely what I want to do, and that is absolutely what I will do. So thank you so much to everybody who has supported me in that way. You're making a big difference, so thank you for that. And also to all of the people who have kept this story alive by subscribing, by following.
So he's pretty much just going to give everybody in the world thanks and kudos for everything.
So that area, even where those one houses and stuff were still weren't burnt, were also blocked in.
Yeah, it didn't look like, I didn't see any fencing there. I think that was just more.
Well, he said that he was going to show us what it would look like before. So I was thinking that was the before that he was showing there towards the end.
No, they were definitely building that fence still.
He said he was going to make another video, but this was a repost of that. This was a repost of somebody named, what is it?
There seems to be a huge emphasis on ensuring that the media
on here, and that was on TikTok, and then somebody shared it up on Twitter. So
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe we'll see the other video. Maybe not.
That what really posed the most influential to me in that video was the rocks. because those rocks are placed there and they're very large rocks. Being a landscaper, I understand that those rocks have a certain value, and obviously they're the government and they can pull them off their land, but what contractor is going to go out there and do that? No, they're going to buy them from local places that have those resources, and it is a readily available resource. I just understand that the amount of money that was sitting there as he was driving at 55 or 60 miles per hour, or however fast he was going, each one of those goes for, between $300 to $3,000. And those looked like pretty basic rocks of local resource. So I would assume that they'd still be on the lower side. And obviously it's by the ton or by the bigger measurements and everything like that. But there's a lot of money that was invested into that just to keep people out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a lot. Fencing is expensive as all.
They really are wanting to push this due narrative. They really are.
Well, I've heard them use the term a 15-minute city. Now, I haven't gone down the rabbit hole, went and checked it out or anything. Do you all know what they're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that?
That everything that you will need or be allowed to get will be within a 15-minute radius of your home.
Oh,
tell her the truth.
I've heard about that.
Now,
tell her the truth.
Now, if you go outside of that, your debit card, none of your shit will work. It will only work within your zone.
Yes, and what it really boils down to is it's not the shit that you want, it's the shit that you are able to get. Has nothing to do, unless it's, like sodomy bait or Bud Light or something like that.
Kind of like that thing that everybody will have the same amount of money. We all get an allowance. And...
Oh, no. There is no money. It's based off of your social credit score.
Oh, gotcha.
It's about your influence. So people like us that are willing to say, no, you're kind of full of shit and go fuck yourself.
Right.
We won't be very able to do much in that realm of idea. Kind of like you'll own nothing and you'll be happy with it.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about trust.
Right.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. It in theory, communism is, a system that does have its attributes. In practicality, it's a system that is filled with problems because people are not machines that simply fall into line. There are always going to be your black sheep. I
don't know, man. There's a lot of them that will.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that will, but it only takes one black sheep to get off the fucking bus and smoke that goddamn cigarette, and all the sheep are going to be like, "Oh,
no, they won't. They'll narc out the guy that didn't stay in line, and they'll ridicule and they'll gang up on him,
but they'll smoke their cigarette too.
No, they won't. They'll cheer that you got in trouble. That's what they'll do.
On the bus, Nubs, there was people that I knew smoked that didn't get off with the rest of us. So they were too scared. Me, I'm just me. I just do what I got to do.
Well, that's all you can do, And if you start gauging everything, like I said, worrying about what this motherfucker going to say about you, or that this group might get mad at you or whatever, fuck them. Who cares? I'm the star of my show, man. I don't care.
Well, it's like they're the best thing I heard. And I'm like, oh, yes, hell yes, absolutely 100% correct. And that was the fact that this one guy said that all the people that are still alive that were in that area at the time and their lives was saved, that they were the ones that didn't comply. Yeah. They did their thing. They didn't comply. They used self-preservation. But look at how many people did not. It's sad.
Listen, this everything about this, I was just this is absolutely true. If you really, I mean, think about this little meme. I just, so much information. It says, imagine, if you will, a government that does more to stop the distribution of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine than it does to stop the distribution of fentanyl. And that's absolutely true. Yeah. There was more effort put into squishing that shit out than there is to stopping the fentanyl epidemic that's happening.
Well, why would they fuck with their own supplies?
Right. Well, we got to remember the normies out there don't realize that that's where that's coming from. They don't. They're comfortably immersed in their little illusion that's been provided for them.
Is it an illusion or is it a delusion?
Well, either way, either way you want to look at it. They're providing an illusion, and the delusion causes your acceptance of it. Well, he's ready for the guillotines. It ain't happening, buddy. Not even going that far. They ain't even going that far. I hear all these motherfuckers talking about, oh yeah, I lost all my guns in a boating accident. Listen here, let me tell you something.
You're a coward ass bitch.
When you got to hide your guns, that means it's time to use them, bitch. That's what's going on there. You need to understand it. You need to understand it, man. By the time
they don't have guns as investments. They have guns as firearms.
Well, it's really, what is a firearm? It's a commercial term.
Right.
So that's why they can pass firearms legislation, because it's governing over a commercial term. Okay. Yep. It's just arms. It's just arms. That's all. Don't matter whether it's a string arm. We don't call archery a bow arm, do we? We don't call it a pull arm, right? So what does the method of propulsion have to do with the weaponry? None.
I had that conversation with a sheriff on the side of the road. He said, "You have a weapon." I said, "No, I have self-protection. I have investments."
Yeah, well, it is all about the wording.
Well, the thing about it is it wasn't even a firearm. It wasn't a gun. It had no. He looked to classify it as a firearm. It's it is a repeating crossbow.
There you go.
You can clearly see the limb and you can see the bowstring, and he interpreted it as one thing. I looked at him, I said, "You're batshit crazy and you are outside of your fucking jurisdiction, motherfucker. Right. You're telling me it's one thing. You're willing to put your fucking money where your mouth is. I'll take you to court. Not a problem."
Right. Well, that's just the fact that these people are so fucking indoctrinated and uneducated. It's not even funny, when you have police officers that don't even know anything about the Constitution they swore an oath to protect and defend. They have absolutely no idea of laws or ordinances. And it doesn't matter where you go. I got pulled over here in this little podunk town of Luray, and they said it was for an inspection sticker. Well, how come I know that you can't pull somebody over for an inspection sticker, but you don't? How is it that I know that? What the fuck is going on?
An inspection, well, even if you think about it, if it's an inspection sticker and they're claiming, to have the power to do these things, then they also would then in turn technically have the responsibility to make sure it's done.
No, it just passed like last year. They cannot pull you over in Virginia for not having on a seatbelt. They cannot pull you over in Virginia if your inspection sticker is dead. Those are secondary offenses.
So in other words,
you have to have another like speeding or something.
Right,
like
right. There has to be another infraction in order to have the legal pullover. And that's what I very politely told these young men. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't even think they shave yet, bro. I'm not even kidding you. That's how
Sovereign, you really don't look like the type to bring around cargo for hire or have passengers for hire.
No,
So I would
don't.
say, I would say clearly you're not a driver, you're a traveler. But
Right.
I mean, that's your business.
But I mean, the thing was, is that I just even knew that. I knew why
Right.
they thought they could pull me over. And
Because
so
they
when
didn't know the law.
I just pulled into my parking spot at Tractor Supply and I got out and I said, what seems to be the problem? And he said, your inspection sticker's dead. I said, I know that. So what seems to be the problem? He goes, well, that's why I pulled you over. I says, you can't pull me over for that. This is not a legal stop. He goes, yes, we can pull you over for it. And I says, call your boss, call Bo. Tell him Dave Kane wants to talk to him. Bring him down here. Call your chief.
They don't like to hear that.
Well, no, and especially since I'm on first name basis with this fucking guy, you know,
Right.
I've known him longer than you've been alive. Shut up, man. I mean, I literally have known the dude longer than either one of these cops have been alive. So, you know, he knows what's up. He knows what's up. He knows how I feel about cops too. He knows how I feel about him, but I get along with him. If
You know, when they're just doing their job, and I'm talking about actually solving a crime or being there at a wreck, you know, and or a shooting or something. I don't take issue with that so much because in that moment, you know, there are the other people involved, you know, like especially an accident, you know, they may not be able to help themselves. So having people that don't mind doing that, that's okay. The issue is when you get all these stupid Karens calling in for somebody walking down a sidewalk or somebody looked in my window, someone's got a camera in their hand. That's when the cops should take, or the dispatcher should take the name and numbers. And if those people want to file and put their name down and sign on it like they're supposed to,
well,
if they did that, those people would be charged with giving false information because it's signed under, you know,
penalty of perjury.
Right.
So did you guys see this crazy ass weather that happened in Michigan the other day?
Yeah.
Check that out.
That looks like the thumbprint for the thumb.
Somebody put a thumbprint on the mitten. Look at that shit.
Those were all the.
That's natural. That's natural. Definitely not frequency based at all.
No, absolutely. You know, that's probably how they're doing it. They're probably doing it with the weather.
Well, they
probably think no. They
say something about using FM frequencies. It was just in a video I was listening to. Somebody mentioned that, so I don't know if that's what they're using, but that's what I have.
Think about it. How does lightning work? It's ground based, and if they figured out how to manipulate lightning, they could use and honestly, their technology is, from what I've ever been of the understanding, is far beyond my understanding. And if they use literally the elements that are in the place that we're in, you know, our houses are built out of sticks. It's not even built out of stone.
Right.
You know, so if you're able to use frequency.
Have you seen those laser type or whatever? They use a frequency and they'll have like stars and different shapes and stuff show up, and it's just the frequencies. Have you seen some of those videos where they're just using frequency to make designs and stuff?
Cymatics of lasers.
Something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, cymatics is the study of frequency. And the best way to see that is on like plates with sand. And as you change the frequency into the plate, the sand manipulates to a different pattern.
Right.
Oh my God, you gotta be shitting me. Look at this. Real life Dracula's castle transformed into a center. Look at
into
that.
A what?
Well, read it.
Oh. I want to suck your blood.
Yeah, no doubt, right? What the fuck are you? Why would anybody have? You have to go all the way out there to this castle and these people.
I want to suck your blood.
Blah blah. Welcome to my castle.
I am here to poke you with my little poker.
Right. So, oh man, somebody got blocked by Klaus Schwab. Ain't that something?
My favorite is the retracting needles. That's just such wonderful technology.
And then the saline injections, those were nice too. So
Yeah,
and they all did that. I mean, and we knew it as it was happening, and laughed. And these people just went along with it and clapped their hands and said, "Oh, buddy, good for you."
Well, then they came out later where they were saying, no, the needles really are retracting. It's part of the technology to implement the vaccine for your safety.
Oh, by not penetrating the skin. I get it.
No. It penetrates, but as soon as the vaccine goes all the way through and you get your whole dose, it retracts in so as to not cross-contaminate and not give the potentiality of your dose going to somebody else.
They don't reuse the needles, man.
Right. Yeah, you reusing needles is very common out in Seattle.
Well, no, not in the medical profession. They don't reuse them. There would be no need for that whatsoever. They throw them away as soon as they use them. So,
but wait. See, we're using Dropsity, and the covalent force between the two breaks that bond right up here in the staple.
I think it's the rectal residue from the unicorns is what actually does the trick. But I'll tell you what, I'm getting hungry. I want to get the fuck off of here, and it's late, so I'm going to cut her down. And
well, since Flow State's bitch ass didn't show back up, I'll speak for him.
Right.
I'm Flow State.
Real short. Let's go around and get our last words.
I already gave my last words. Peace out.
You did. All right. Was you dreaming?
I'm just gonna say, stay true to yourself and keep your head on a swivel.
There you go. And I always say, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get the fuck rid of him. He'll probably kill you. Good night, everybody.